All right. Are we streaming here? I guess so. Is there sound? Okay. How's everybody doing this morning? 35 of you in here. Great. Please feel free to share. More eyes, better. Julia Rock. I got Tara in here bright and early. Annie. Good morning. Good morning. New Brunswick, Annie. Alex McLean, Caper. Seawood. Oh dear. Good morning. Oh dear, always working hard. Linda M. J. Thompson. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Glow Watcher. Taking time off work. Support firefighters and families. Blue Nose. Cindy. Sad Mafioso. Green Bastard. Good morning. Good morning. 2 accounts on. Okay. Mother Pure Blood. Jojo Josie. Pioneer Driver. Brenda. Countryside. All right. 50 of you. Yeah, let me make sure I've got this all set up right. Sound is okay. Hopefully. Kelly Blair. Dave Redmond. Ha ha ha. Funny face. Okay. You caught my joke. All right. Or whatever. It's not really a joke. Observation. Yes, good morning to you too.
Maybe, just maybe,
right.
some of these things, some of them have been mentioned
Right.
today. It's law enforcement, maybe it's crime, maybe it's housing, maybe it's
Yes,
water,
good morning to you
education.
too.
Maybe some of these things can be
Lisa
solved
Dean.
by state and some of these things have been mentioned where constituents go down the street and knock on the door of their representatives and say, yeah, you can raise my taxes.
Lisa Dean. May, money, weather.
This is the federal government, which
Where money,
something. Go down the street, knock on the door of their representatives. It's also really interesting to note this idea.
Lisa Dean. May, money, weather. How's everybody's weekend? How's everybody's 10 days off? You guys have a chance to May, money, weather. The third report. Something is playing over me.
Just because
what is possibly playing over me? Better figure that out. Aha. Do I have other mass casualty things going on? No. What is that? House budget. Okay. Is that better? It stopped? Okay. Sorry. Sorry about that. Too many windows open and things. Oh, now I'm getting something else. Okay. Did everybody have a chance to review the lag? It's hard on the eyes. Everybody have the chance to review, what is it, 1,051 pages? NS44, Christine. That was a lot to listen to. I'm sorry. I suppose I would know that, right? I can sit down here waiting. So how long was the original report? A few pages? I think we're going to see Car Star video. I'm having a premonition of Car Star video and an RCMP push bar. car. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. So what was the original? I didn't even see what today's, how many files are they got online today? They haven't done their dump yet for today. No, they haven't changed anything over the weekend. They did somewhat prior to that, though. Better. Good morning. Mitchell Robley. Chris Lee. Is that a J drive? I don't know how many letters. It's not an O drive, I'll tell you that. How's that? I don't know how many drives I've got. I've got a lot of drives. I can't even organize turning off something in the background, but I do have a lot of files on different things. J drive. No O drives, though. No O drives. So they're going to do a lot of things today. Lots of problems with that CERT document. Interesting, too, that I guess they grouped everything together in one investigation. Weapons not being signed out, people showing up at different scenes. Goodness, there was even something about unknown bodies. Wow. I think you might have that one figured out. Right. Should be an interesting day. Peter, started listening to your vids while at work, came to the realization your voice is similar to the late, great Greg Williams, somebody who partakes in herbal things. Don't know who that is. Me, I'm just reformed, hopefully, to be.
Or participant submissions. In some cases, it may have prompted you to wonder about other related topics, and that is a good thing. We all share many questions about how and why this mass casualty happened the way that it did. And we appreciate your patience as we pursue answers to existing questions and discover new questions to ask along the way. We encourage you to continue to think about the kind of recommendations for change you would like to see based on this public inquiry. In the coming months, we will be asking you to share your suggestions for recommendations to the Commission. Today, Commission Council will present 2 more foundational documents sharing our current understanding of what happened at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall and at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. A reminder that the foundational documents being shared during proceedings are not intended to be the final word on what happened. Rather, they are the Commission's best understanding of facts and events based on the information we have gathered to date. The presentations of these foundational documents are designed to be an overview for the public of this understanding. We will continue to provide participants with the opportunity to identify any meaningful gaps or material disputed facts, along with any further information they feel would be required to address them. As new information becomes known through these proceedings and our ongoing investigations, it will inform our understanding of what happened. Today, we will hear from Daryl Curry, Greg Muse, and Richard Ellison as a witness panel. Greg Muse is the Onslow Fire Chief, and Daryl Curry is the Deputy Fire Chief. Mr. Richard Ellison is a resident of Portapique and the father of Corey Ellison. All were present at the fire hall in Onslow on April 19th, 2020. I now ask Commission Council to begin today's proceedings with the presentation on the foundational document about the events in Onslow. Thank you. Mr. Burrell?
Commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, Canadians, and of course, those beyond our borders who have been impacted by the mass casualty of April 18th, 19th, 2020. You will be hearing over the course of this week the introduction of 4 more foundational documents. We will be introducing the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall foundational document, the Shubenacadie foundational document today. On Wednesday, we will be introducing the Highway 224 foundational document, and then the Enfield Big Stop foundational document. So that moves us chronologically along from early in Portapique through to the neutralization end of the process with respect to the perpetrator at Enfield Big Stop. I've got some good news for you. I won't be presenting them all. My colleague will be presenting them 2 of these, such that you won't have to listen to me as much as you had in the past. The Commission has traced the information on a roughly chronological basis. As a quick, perhaps unnecessary review, we've introduced you to Portapique information in the 4 foundational documents regarding the April 18th incidents from a number of perspectives. Hunter Road, we discussed. The Highway 4 in Wentworth matter, we discussed. The Highway 4 Glenholm matter, and then we finished off March 31st with the Plains Road DeBert foundational document. So we have roughly traced up to this point the timing from about 10 p.m. on April 18th, 2020 to just over 10 a.m. on April 19th, 2020. So we now move on to the matter at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade, and the information that I am going to be introducing or summarizing is discussed in much more detail, of course, in the foundational document. Commissioner Fitch has reminded you of the role of foundational documents. I need not go over that again as I have done originally. Now, this presentation does not involve any fatalities. That's a good thing. It does, however, discuss a near miss situation that has had a severe and significant impact on the community in Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. In the midst of an unprecedented manhunt, 2 RCMP members discharged 5 rounds from their carbines in the direction of a marked RCMP vehicle and a community fire hall. There were 7 people, I would say, that were directly impacted by this. Fire Chief Muse, Deputy Fire Chief Curry, and Richard Ellison were inside the fire hall at the time of this incident. That's 3 people. 2 people were outside the fire hall at the time of this incident of discharge of the firearms. EMO Coordinator David Westlake and Constable Gagnon of the RCMP. 5 people. And there were, of course, the 2 officers, Officer Terry Brown, Constable Terry Brown, and Constable Dave Melanson of the Bible Hill Detachment, who were involved in this matter directly. But as I have intimated, no doubt this incident has had a lasting impact on the community, its sense of safety, as well as its people's relationship with law enforcement. We will discuss all of these facts and what occurred as best as the Commission knows it in the upcoming few moments. So, Madam Registrar, I would move to mark and tender foundational document entitled Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall into evidence in these proceedings.
That's Exhibit 496.
Thank you. I also move to mark and tender all supporting material associated with Exhibit 496 in evidence in these proceedings.
So exhibited.
So as indicated, subject matter of the inquiry today is the information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the events at Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall, located at 12355 Highway 2, Onslow, Nova Scotia. Commissioners, this is that introduction. When we were last here on March 31st, there was the discussion of Plains Road in Debert. And at the tail end of that discussion, we had moved the Perpetrator from Debert into the lower Onslow area. And this is just a reminder geographically of where we are in terms of that location. The 104 we have located again for you. You're familiar with the Trans-Canada by now. The Highway 2 runs south. That's the old highway we've discussed as well. It's co-designated with the Highway 4 at this particular location between the turnoff to Portapic and the 102 highway in the east. The Plains Road, we have indicated here in the north in Debert, where the incident involving Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien occurred. And then the McKelman Road connects the Plains Road through to the Highway 24 underneath exit 13 of the 104. March 31st, we discussed the location of the perpetrator at 10:06:35 at Carstar Collision, and introduced the photo. You will see in the top right what looks to be a marked police vehicle traveling easterly towards Truro on that highway. Carstar Collision, as indicated, is 650 meters west of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. The Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall is approximately 7.5 kilometers from the homicide scene at 1541 Plains Road in Debert. Now bring you in a little closer to show you an aerial view of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall and where it's situated. It's on the north side of Highway 2, Highway 4, at the intersection roughly of McKinley Road. McKinley Road goes to the northwest and eventually turns into, I think, the Belmont Road that goes towards Belmont, such that the communities of Lower Onslow, Onslow, Belmont amalgamate obviously in this particular area, such that you have this community, which is perhaps, I don't want to overstate it, but you have the community fire hall, which is a focus of those communities in that area. The Onslow Fire Brigade is a building, is a large building. You can see from its footprint on the screen that it's a significant area. It has a significant parking area on the front of it. The foundational document describes it as a roughly rectangular footprint. There is an indentation or a recess in the front entrance area. This slide will give you maybe a little better sense of this. It's a closer look at the layout of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall in relation to Highway 2. An aerial photo from August of 2021. We're looking easterly or northeasterly. You can see the parking lot and the size of the parking lot at that location. You can see on the left-hand side of the photo a 3-bay garage with an additional 4th garage door at the western end of the building. You will also see on the eastern end, at the far end building, you will see 4 windows that are in the community or the fire hall portion of the building. And at the bottom left of the photograph, we have tagged the electronic sign. And that is, you can see relatively clearly here that there's an electronic notice board at the western end of the parking lot that will have some significance in terms of the narrative as we speak about it. So situating the parking lot, the building, which is composed of a large garage bay door area, a community hall to the east connected by a building in the middle with an indentation in the entrance area. So on April 19th, 2020, the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade was designated as a comfort center for evacuees from Portapique. Those arrangements were made by the EMO, the Emergency Measures Office, in consultation with the RCMP, who were at that stage operating at the control or the command post in the Great Village Fire Hall. David Westlake is the Emergency Measures Organization Coordinator for Emergency Measures Office, Coordinator for the municipality of the Colchester County. He was contacted around 6 in the morning or thereabouts. He made arrangements to facilitate the comfort center at this location. Constable David Gagnon was assigned security detail responsibilities for the comfort center early that morning at around 6 o'clock as well. He arrived at the comfort center at around 8:25. When he arrived there, Mr. Westlake was there, as well as the chief and the deputy chief. Now, Constable Gagnon actually arrived from Pictou County. He was working or doing extra work in light of the Portapique matter. He arrived from Stellarton and the Pictou County detachment at the Great Village Fire Hall at around 8 a.m. He reported to that location. He was shown a photograph of the perpetrator, shown a photograph of the police vehicle, the 28B11 vehicle, and was assigned his responsibility to go to the Onslow Fire Hall, Belmont Fire Hall, to conduct security detail. Staff Sergeant McCollum at the command post had originally signed 2 members to go to the location and act as security at the comfort station. Constable Arsenault, also a member of the Stellarton detachment, was arranged to go with Constable Gagnon. As it would be, when Lisa Banfield emerged from the wooded area in Portapique around 6:30 in the morning, Constable Arsenault was reassigned to escort Lisa Banfield to the hospital, such that that left Constable Gagnon to assume security responsibilities on his own at that location in Onslow. The photograph before you now is a direct view of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. You're now looking directly north into the garage bay area and to the indented recess of the entrance area, and on the right, the hall or the community hall. At 8:31 a.m., Constable Gagnon radioed to Staff Sergeant McCollum, the person who had assigned him, that the comfort station was open and ready to go. And that was acknowledged by Staff Sergeant McCollum from his position at that point at the command post in Great Village. So Constable Gagnon, in terms of taking on his security responsibilities, backed his marked police vehicle right up to the front, or almost up to the front entrance of the comfort station. He describes in his interviews with the RCMP and with the Mass Casualty Commission that there were 3 vehicles there already when he was set up. 3 other people were there when he attended. David Westlake, as I referred to, Chief Muse, and Deputy Chief Curry. Constable Gagnon reports that he went in to meet with them, discuss what was happening generally, what his role was, and he returned to his vehicle to monitor the radio, conduct surveillance, and await arrival of evacuees. So he, at that stage, returns to the vehicle that's situated in the parking lot in the manner you see it in this photograph. So the next slide that has been presented here is an overall view of what took place in the early morning, or sorry, in the mid-morning, but early activity at the fire hall. And it's essentially an attempt to isolate some times of significance for you. At 9:40 a.m., the first group of evacuees attended at the location of the comfort station. These were folks that decided that they would leave and come back perhaps later. These were evacuees from Portbeck. At 9:42 a.m., the fateful call that we've discussed before was heard over the radio by Constable Gagnon. That is the call about the shooting of Lillian Campbell in Wentworth, indicating very clearly that the perpetrator was active at that time in Cumberland County. At 9:50 a.m., Constable Gagnon became aware of the perpetrator's new location in Glenholm via the radio. At 10:03 a.m., Richard Ellison attended the comfort station in his car. Richard Ellison, of course, was the father of Corey Ellison, the father of Clinton Ellison, who spent the night in the woods in Portapique. Corey Ellison, of course, who died that night. At 10:07, David Westlake and Constable Gagnon at various times and locations interacted with Mr. Ellison in the parking lot, and David Westlake made a noticeable observation with respect to an RCMP vehicle that drove by. At 10:07:53, dispatch occurs regarding the Plains Road shooting. So that's the dynamic, the setting with respect to what's going on in terms of activity beyond the comfort station. Mass Casualty Commission has had an opportunity to review a number of videos with respect to the activity at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. And I propose to show a number of these videos to you in order to get a sense of what actually occurred at that location, as is described in writing in the foundational documents. Two things are important for you in terms of the series of videos that you're going to see next. The first is that there is a timestamp at the top. And as luck or fate would have it, a lot of the activity in the videos takes place in the top left corner. So the timestamp sometimes may obscure what you're seeing. We're of the view that it doesn't obscure it entirely, but you have to notice what you're seeing with that timestamp there. It's annoying, but it doesn't cause you a problem not to understand what's happening. The second thing about the timestamps is that they're 10 minutes fast. So every time you see something that says 10:12, that's 10:02. 10:20, that's 10:10. So those are the two things of importance here. What I propose to do is play for you the initial happenings of significance at the comfort station at 10:12:48 to 10:14, a duration of about 1 minute and 12 seconds, which is actually 10:02:48 to 10:04. We will see a vehicle pull into the comfort station from the west. This is Richard Ellison. We will then see the EMO coordinator, David Westlake, initially engage with Richard Ellison. David Westlake is dressed in an orange-yellow high visibility safety vest. That, of course, is of some significance to what takes place later in the narrative. After Mr. Westlake contacts and communicates with Mr. Ellison, Constable Gagnon emerges from his police vehicle, as you will see parked in the top left corner, and then he too engages in some discussion with Mr. Ellison. We will then see Constable Gagnon return to his vehicle. Constable Gagnon is identifiable, of course, because he's wearing a full RCMP uniform, yellow striped pants, that which you expect to see from an RCMP officer fully engaged in his responsibilities. So that summary that I'm giving to you, wish to play now, it's about a minute, a little over a minute. So while it is not tremendously exciting or action-packed at this stage, it does give you the sense of the three actors that are engaging at this point. Westlake, Gagnon, and Ellison in the parking lot. At the conclusion of the video clip at 10:04, Mr. Ellison is in his car. Constable Gagnon has gone back to his police vehicle and is on the driver's side of the vehicle. David Westlake is still present in the parking lot. Now, approximately a minute later, at 10:04:59, Constable Gagnon returns to the Ellison vehicle to speak with Mr. Ellison. Presumably, their discussion is over evacuation concerns, placement, things of that nature, what Mr. Ellison's plans are. David Westlake is standing by during this conversation. Gagnon engages with Mr. Ellison. Mr. Westlake is less engaged, and that may be entirely due to COVID protocols at the earliest stage. He seems to be routinely 6 feet, if not more, back. This is a clip of 21 seconds moving the narrative along. At 10:07 to 10:07:33, the next 33-second clip, you will see and notice at the top of your screen, Constable Gagnon is still at the Ellison vehicle, still engaged in conversation with him. David Westlake is standing nearby and then walks away. So you'll notice the movement of Mr. Westlake. You'll notice that Constable Gagnon is engaged with Mr. Ellison. But something else has happened significantly in that clip. At 10:17:05, what appears to be a fully marked police vehicle emerges from the right-hand side, traveling from the west to the east of the screen, and slides through the screen to the east, to the left side of the screen. David Westlake at 10:17:20 returns to a vehicle in the parking lot, but it would appear at that stage that there is no response or activity to the vehicle that has just driven by on Highway 2. So I'll show that to you again. On April 20th, 2020, David Westlake was interviewed by RCMP investigators, and he indicated that he noticed what appeared to be a fully marked RCMP police vehicle drive by as he was in the position described or seen in the video. He said that it had RCMP markings, and he noticed that it had a push bar. He said that there was such a large presence that he didn't think anything or didn't think much about it at that time. Constable Gagnon did not notice the vehicle go by as he was engaged with Mr. Ellison at the time. The next clip will depict Constable Gagnon returning to the front of his police vehicle after speaking with Mr. Ellison. This, I remind you, is after the replica police vehicle has proceeded by. This is a 27-second clip. So Constable Gagnon at the front of his vehicle at this stage. Next clip is about 40 seconds. Once again, I'll ask you to pay attention to the top left of the screen. At this stage, we are going to see Constable Gagnon get into the driver's side of the vehicle. David Westlake then approaches Constable Gagnon and they converse. And then David Westlake enters the fire hall. Richard Ellison remains stationary in the vehicle in the location that he is. This is a 40-second clip. Westlake into the fire hall, Gagnon in his vehicle, Ellison remains in the car. 10:24 or 10:14:41, this is about 5 minutes ahead in time, Constable Gagnon returns once again to the Ellison vehicle. Gagnon then returns once again to his police vehicle, and then Mr. Ellison parks his car at the front of the parking lot. Not 46, obviously, 26 seconds. At this point, Mr. Ellison is in his parked in his car. Mr. Westlake is inside the fire hall. Constable Gagnon is in his marked RCMP vehicle. The next slide will show you over a period of 16 seconds, Mr. Ellison exiting his vehicle and walking or making his way towards the entrance of the comfort station. So in real time at 10:16:03, Constable Gagnon is in his police vehicle. Richard Ellison has entered the fire hall, and David Westlake is still inside the fire hall. I'm going to switch camera views for you at this stage, a little clearer, a little closer. This is the interior lobby foyer camera. Almost a minute after Richard Ellison enters the fire hall, we see David Westlake exit the fire hall. So you'll notice how Mr. Westlake is dressed. He's wearing his toque. He has the high visibility yellow and orange vest on. At 10:26:57 or 10:16:57, we go back to the exterior view outside of the fire brigade again. At the top left of the screen, you will notice David Westlake exit the fire hall, approach the Constable Gagnon police vehicle, and then David Westlake stands on the driver's side of the Gagnon vehicle for some period of time. So this is a quick clip, about 10 seconds, showing Westlake go to the police vehicle where obviously some pivotal events take place. So simultaneously, as that action is occurring, Constables Terry Brown and Dave Melanson of the Bible Hill Detachment General Investigative Section are driving along Highway 2 from the west towards the fire hall. They're coming from the Masstown way. They had just come down Masstown Road, traveling south, after hearing about the Plains Road shooting, and had turned left onto Highway 2, Highway 4, and headed east towards Truro. Now, it's really important to contextualize Constable Melanson and Constable Brown's situation at this time. That is, you will recall from previous foundational documents that Constables Brown and Melanson were the officers that were involved in interviewing Lisa Banfield on her emergence from the wooded area around Portapique that earlier that morning. So they had received some disturbing information from Lisa Banfield that they immediately reported to the command post. In particular, they became aware at that time about the presence of a fully marked police vehicle with the perpetrator at that time. But not only had those two officers been the people to investigate or speak with Lisa Banfield, but at 9:32:30, when that call came about what took place in Wentworth, those officers responded to Wentworth, and they also heard the information about the Glenholm interruption, whereby they responded with a number of other officers to Glenholm. They had responded as well to the Plains Road call, and you'll recall that from March 31st when we discussed how that took place. And they headed east on Plains Road after the call came in, and then decided that there was enough sufficient response by ERT or other police investigators that they should perhaps take another route in an effort to search for the perpetrator. So instead of going straight through to Plains Road, they turned right at the Masstown Road. You'll recall the Masstown Road and Angelina Pizzeria that we've discussed earlier as well. That goes south. They went south. They made an effort to check out some of the structures there. They went behind the West Colchester hockey rink, looked in the parking lot, made observations, didn't see the perpetrator, and then continued on. Constable Melanson said that he was relatively or quite familiar with the area. Constable Brown less so. They had known at that stage by radio transmission that not only was there the complaint at Plains Road, but there had been the discovery of the two victims at that location. So that's the context for Constables Brown and Melanson. They get to the bottom of Masstown Road, they turn left and head towards Truro. As they head towards Truro, they of course pass Carstar and they head towards the Comfort Station in this case. They arrive from the west in their unmarked brown Nissan Altima. They were aware that the perpetrator was operating a fully marked police vehicle and was wearing a high visibility orange vest. Constables Brown and Melanson reported in their interviews with RCMP and with the Mass Casualty Commission seeing the police vehicle parked perpendicular in the parking lot of the fire hall. They report at that time that they saw a man with a high visibility orange vest behind the vehicle. They stopped their vehicle. Forensic information taken from the CERT report indicates that they stopped about 88 meters west of the entranceway to the building. They report that they thought at that point they had located the perpetrator. They report speaking to each other directly and saying that's him. They report that they exited their vehicle and went behind to their vehicle and drew and had their weapons drawn. Constable Brown reports yelling towards the parking lot, towards the person in the vest, "Show me your hands," twice. The members report seeing the man duck behind the vehicle and run towards the fire hall. They also recall, or I would ask you to recall, that in accordance with the video that we've seen, the perpetrator had actually traveled past this location about 10 minutes earlier. Constable Brown said in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that he thought the man was going to kill him and or kill others. And He indicated in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that he himself did not know that the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall was being used as a comfort station. So all of those factors going together to what happened next. Take you back to the video here at 10:31 or 10:21. This is a relatively short clip, 13 seconds. I'll direct your attention to the top left again of the screen. You will notice some behavior by Mr. Westlake. This is behavior that takes place as 5 rounds from the carbines of Constable Brown and Melanson are discharged in his direction. I'm going to show you the 13-second clip now. Once again, top left corner. I think it's worth seeing again because it's relatively quick. Mr. Westlake leaves from the back of the vehicle after the shots are fired and goes to the entrance. Constable Westlake, David Westlake, the EMO coordinator, reported that he noticed a car coming from the west and slowed down. He recalls hearing the words, "get down," and then he recalls the loud report of shots. He ran to the entrance and made his way into the building. Constable Gagnon, in his interviews, described that he was seated in the police vehicle. He recalls seeing 2 uniformed officers pull up in the middle of the road coming from the west. He says that he thought he recognized one of those members as a police member, but he assumed that they were setting up a roadblock at that location. The next video or the next slide will show you the camera from inside the foyer of the comfort station at this time at 10:21:37. And it will show you Mr. Westlake entering the front of the building after he's heard the shots and is making evasive actions. It will also show you from the right-hand side what we believe is Deputy Chief Curry running from the radio room or the area of the radio room in the facility to take cover. This is a 11-second clip. The video shows Mr. Westlake running in. He actually drops his radio. He has the presence of mind to pick it up under those circumstances and move into the back of the community hall area of the fire hall. It looks like Deputy Chief Curry is coming from the western side of the building as well, and he too makes the same evasive maneuvers. So right at the time of the shooting, as I indicated at the start, Gagnon and Westlake are outside, but Deputy Chief Curry, Chief Muse, and Richard Ellison are inside, of course, with no information with respect to what's going on, except what we see at this stage and what they would have heard. At 10:21:30, we hear the following dispatch from Constable Gagnon, who is seated in the vehicle outside of the comfort station.
Who are you shooting at? It's Gagnon. Chase it. Everybody take a deep breath.
Constable Gagnon obviously indicating over the radio the concern that he has with respect to what's actually occurred, the jeopardy that he's been placed in. difficult to determine who Jason is and who Corporal Camoa is. We're of the view that Corporal Camoa was the J Division or the New Brunswick Division ERT member, and Jason is an unidentified member of the Halifax Division RCMP. Not entirely sure on that. It doesn't really matter given the context here. Corporal Mills, you will be familiar with, is the ERT team leader. And it's so interesting, his response at the bottom, everybody take a deep breath. I can say from reviewing a great deal of materials that very many members who listened to the radio on that day recall the expression, everybody take a deep breath. The next clip from 10:21:50 to 10:21:53 is 3 seconds long, very short. It, at the top left of your screen, will depict what happens with Constable Gagnon. You'll see where Constable Gagnon emerges from his vehicle and appears to raise his hands up after the shots are fired. Constable Gagnon, in a report filed on April 19th, the day of the incident, said that he repeatedly yelled his vehicle identification number of 30B6, the effort being to contrast it entirely with the identification number of 28B11 that you will know is the number from the mock replica cruiser. This next clip shows Constable Gagnon emerge from the vehicle, check the entrance of the fire hall, and then you will see Constable Melanson, one of the shooters. He will emerge from the right-hand side of the clip and come towards Constable Melanson. They consult for a short period, Constable Gagnon. They consult for a short period of time. Constable Melanson checks the eastern side of the building, and then he and Constable Gagnon together enter the entrance of the comfort station at this time. It's a 47-second clip. Constables Melanson and Gagnon at this point together enter into the comfort station. Once again, we'll go back to the interior camera and you see the following. The clip shows Constable Gagnon and Constable Melanson enter into the foyer area of the comfort station. Gagnon first, followed by Melanson. Reports indicate that they asked, or everybody was okay. Is anybody hurt? This is information coming from the report of Constable Gagnon and Constable Melanson. Constable Melanson was satisfied with the response according to his materials filed, and then he left. Constable Gagnon follows immediately. Melanson headed west towards the vehicle. Gagnon briefly encounters Constable Brown outside, and the two officers, the two members from the GIS section from Bible Hill, and make their way back to their vehicle, which is still on the road on the west side. There were, of course, as indicated at the outset, no fatalities as a result of the discharge of the firearms in this case. The next three videos are going to focus on Constable Brown. Constable Melanson is the person that you saw walk across the front of the parking lot and engage with Constable Gagnon. The next three videos show the routing of Constable Brown. Constable Brown did not go to the front of the parking lot. He went and conducted a perimeter or circumnavigated the building from the west side around to the north side to the east side. The first clip shows a 17-second view of him going along the west side of the comfort station. The video ends with him making the turn onto the back or the north side of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. Next video is the east side as he circumnavigates the building, coming back towards the parking lot. It may or may not be of some significance that the video, at least at this stage, does not show any interaction by Mr. Constable Brown with the doors or the windows of the structure. It shows him circumnavigating the structure at that time. This next slide takes you back to the front of the building. When Constable Melanson exits, he's followed by Constable Gagnon, excuse me. There's a brief interaction with Constable Brown as he comes around from the east, and then the members return to the vehicle. So at 10:24:50 or thereabouts, the two GIS members exit this view on the screen, return to their vehicle, and then engage in the next phase of their involvement. This is the text from the Colchester radio dispatch at 10:34:04. Call comes in about shooting at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall.
Break for dispatch. Break for dispatch. I have a new shooting, Highway 4 in Lower Onslow near the fire hall. Sounded like 3 gunshots about 5 minutes ago.
Disregard, 355. That was ours.
Tim, we're already in that area. We'll check it out regardless. Copy that.
So confirm that it was you guys.
Yeah, there were police rounds.
10-4.
The context of that dispatch is relatively clear. There was a call, the complaint made, and the recognition by Constable Brown at that time to disregard because it was police rounds. That was ours. Constable Clark, a member of the ERT team, decides that he can undertake to check it out at that time, confirmed by the team leader, Corporal Mills. Constable Brown, in his Mass Casualty Commission interview, indicated that while he was driving east towards Truro, he made the effort to contact Staff Sergeant Carroll, his superior in terms of the line of command. Staff Sergeant Carroll then communicated with him. Constable Brown indicated that he told him about the blue on blue incident, and he said that Staff Sergeant Carroll advised him to continue on. Staff Sergeant Carroll, in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, reported that he knew of the blue on blue incident, but didn't know exactly where it was at that time. He instructed Constable Brown and Melanson to continue on, given the need for person power at that stage and the dynamic situation. Constable Gagnon reports that shortly after the dispatch of the shooting at the fire hall, he watched as the ERT truck attended shortly thereafter. It stopped on the road to the west, roughly in the proximate location that the brown Nissan Altima had stopped. He acknowledged his presence, acknowledged his car ID. The ERT members signaled to him and then acknowledged his existence and then drove on. So that's generally the narrative with respect to what took place at the Onslow that the Mass Casualty Commission information available to it at this stage has. I just wish to provide for you a little bit of pictorial representation with respect to where those bullets went from the 5 carbine shots. This is the slide showing 2 bullet holes in the middle garage bay door on the west side of the building. You'll see the midline window. Above it on the right side is a bullet hole just by the shadow, and right in the middle below the midline window is a bullet hole as well. 2 bullet holes in that front window. One of those bullets penetrated the door, went into the right front fender of the fire truck inside the bay. You can see from the right photograph where the bullet hole entered. It then went into the engine block of the fire truck. The second bullet hole went through the windshield of the fire truck, then into the dash of the fire truck and out the driver's side quarter window. And then the piece of projectile was located by the forensic identification officers on the bay floor. A third vehicle, third projectile was traced to have gone through that electric sign at the western corner of the parking lot that I had described earlier. The sign originally said, in complete keeping with COVID protocols at the time, everyone remember to wash your hands. The sign went through, the bullet went through the B roughly in the word remember as depicted here in the photo. Bullet also went off the granite monument in the entrance way to the fire hall. A granite memorial shows a bullet hole damage there. You can also see shrapnel damage on the western side of the eastern portion of the hall building in the siding there. As well, there is a bullet hole shown on that slide as well, accounting for, from the Forensic Identification Services investigation, for 5 bullets having been discharged. This is a similar view to what we looked at earlier in the presentation. It shows a view from the west on Highway 2. It was taken by Constable Gagnon on April 19th, 2020, in an effort to depict where he was of the view the vehicle was when it stopped and the shots were discharged. You should note that 5 expended casings were found on the south side of the road in the ditch. Actually, 4 in the ditch, 1 on the shoulder in this area. Constable Gagnon made note of where one of those casings was and marked it for purposes of forensic identification. From this view, you can see ahead in the distance on the left, the sign. You can see the bay doors, also ahead a little further on the right. You can see Constable Gagnon's police vehicle in the distance and also the monument that was struck by the bullet. This approximate distance from this location to the monument, as mentioned earlier, is about 88 meters. From this location to the electronic sign, it's about 34 meters. The perpetrator moved east towards Truro on this morning at 10:08 29, he was seen passing by 13077 Highway 2. This is a residence at that location. And the video is quick. Top right along the top of the screen, you'll see what looks like a marked police vehicle. Second view from that same residence at 13077 Highway 2, 10/12/26. Canvas showed that the time was 4 minutes fast. At 10:08:26, therefore, we see the vehicle passing by at the top of the screen. Next slide shows you where the perpetrator is from 13077 Highway 2 compared to Onslow Belmont Fire Hall and what we have described. Also shows you the proximity to the more urban area of Bible Hill and Truro as the perpetrator heads in that direction. As is routine in wrapping up these presentations, a few times of significance for purposes of placing things and situating them in time and space. At 8:33 a.m., the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall was established as a comfort center. At 10:07, the EMO coordinator, David Westlake, sees an RCMP vehicle with a black push bar by heading east. He does not appreciate the significance of that. At 10:20, Constables Melanson and Brown discharged 5 rounds from their carbines towards the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall, striking the building and a sign. At 10:21:40, Constable Gagnon makes a dispatch to the effect of, "Who are you shooting at?" At 10:34, the OCC dispatched a broadcast about shots fired at Onslow. At 10:34:23, Constable Brown confirmed that it is police rounds and continued on in the dynamic situation. The perpetrator continued to move on. My colleague this afternoon will pick up the narrative as part of the Shubenacadie foundational document introduction. Commissioners, this completes the introduction of the foundational document, the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. We will now take a 15-minute break to set up, and at which time we will hear from Mr. Ellison, Chief Muse, and Deputy Chief Curry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
How can they keep expecting people to believe this stuff? Seriously. Burrell seriously said, "Oh, the clock shows 10:08." And no, actually, the timestamp on it said 10:12. Again, every time. They seriously expect people to not believe your own eyes. Don't worry, the clock says 10:08. No. Now it's a brown Altima? What do we have? CBC narrative. What was CBC narrative? Unidentified car by the same authors. Unidentified car on was it in print? And then unmarked cruiser in the video, which the article and the video totally fell by the same time. It was just a surmise of the video. Silver, or what was it? Gray Hyundai, brown Altima, silver Altima. Do you even know? But they don't show you the video of the car driving away, so you don't know. They didn't show the eyewitness, supposedly, that was written about, who was what, driving in behind or some balls. Where's that? Where's the entire videos of everything? Sturt said black Altima? So either, that's not even color blindness. I think brown is a color blindness, is it not? I think that is. But, and they never did explain at all about how the sign gets a hole in it. That's not explainable. They're just watching now and they're going to be like, do you see it? Like, it's just NASCAR through it. See, here's my display. I show you some pictures. They showed you more pictures of inside than they did of outside video. Clipped and selectively edited and this and that and the other thing. They don't have it figured out at all. Let me check one thing. I wanted to check. Actually, two. Let's see if I've got them. Well, I want to check one for sure. And that camera is internet connected, 100%. And I noticed that the video canvas is now gone from the from CarStar, because that's how I knew CarStar was going to be there. It's now gone from the website, saying 2 angles. The time, oh well, it doesn't matter. Everybody's got tons of copies. So, oops. 88 meters. Oh, fuck. I mean, this is the kind of shit I was making up before. You can't even figure out what they're doing. One moment. Man, I don't even know what color car it is. We still don't even know. 5 bullets, don't you know? Bonging out radios. The bonging out radios comes into play with Shuby. Who is that? Cortez boy, Sergeant McLaughlin's partner, Angela, from Hoyt, the ad hoc committee, even transcribed radio stuff and said, oh, no, it's showing that there are calls coming through. Why did they tell you that? Because that has to do with Shuby and the bonging out radio. I remember when the report came out and I was talking about that. I'm like, that's exactly what it's cover they're running for Shuby. Oh, the radio was bonging out. There's no record of it. Yet Angela from Hoyt, I think her name is Angela. What's her last name? She said, so let's see here. Where did I have that? Okay, I wanted to look at this. One moment. Just for my own reference. And I understood Mr. Ellison to be inside when all this went down, but I could be wrong, obviously. Where's the somewhere I had all of the video. Oh yes, here it is. Well, whatever, I don't know why the fire hall hasn't released the entire video. I never did understand that. Exactly 10 minutes fast. But it's internet connected. 100%. 100% that camera is internet connected. So if it's internet connected, then it's not off. Again. It's 10:08, 10:12 down the road. Don't worry. Absolutely, they could release the video. I've never understood why they haven't. I never understood from the start. I even asked. I think it was because it was ongoing or something at that point, but come on. Now is the time to drop the entire thing, all of it, all angles, everywhere, the entirety of everything, the car driving away, the witness's car. The witness's car is absent from this. The one who was in an article, who, I don't know, came out of nowhere, it seems. How long was that? A year and a half or something? Somewhere I have the article. So how does the bullet end up in the sign? The only thing I could ever figure out possibly about that was crossfire, but the Prius is there. You saw it? Okay. Didn't he stop or something? Or what was going on? I don't know. And then he went and talked to somebody in the highway, and well, at first he did part shopping or something. Part shopping. Okay. Did you guys see the article? I'm putting together, I always have these things in the background. Did you see the response from the NPF? Oh my. Ooh. Wow. So this is the RCMP union, right? Brian Sauvé. Media statement responds to, okay, media statement responds to commentary on loss of life on Plains Road. This is an interesting one. Following statement from Brian Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, in response to media commentary surrounding the details of the loss of Heather O'Brien's life on Plains Road. Quote, we know that the family and friends of those that were killed April 18, 19 continue to mourn and question the sudden loss of their loved ones, and our thoughts and sympathies are with them. Are they? The perpetrator's actions resulted in the loss of one of our members. Okay, here we go. Bring that out again. That's overplayed. Didn't work before, not working now. I feel horrendous that this is being used in that way, because Heidi's death is unbelievably atrocious. Injury of another, who, while forever impacting all members. Okay, but you've turned your tables around again. The allegations of neglect and duties being asserted by the O'Brien family and repeated in the media against our EMRT member, extremely serious and striking to the core of their commitment to serve and protect, dishonoring their service April 18 and 19. To help provide answers to the death of Heather O'Brien, National Police Federation has requested that the Commission question medical examiner. No, well, that would be Bose, right? Bose. They want Bose to come in. No. What's the deal with Mr. Bose again? I've been hearing things about Mr. Bose. A lot of things about Mr. Bose. Remember all those articles? Those have since mostly gone poof, but they are archived. On the Fitbit activity recently, court cases pending. I believe there is still one. I could be wrong. Maybe not. Activity recently shared via social media, as well at the time cause of death, during the upcoming proceedings. This expert evidence. I'm not sure how Bose, wouldn't it be better to have somebody from Fitbit come in? Will help, helpful to dispel current ongoing inflammatory speculation, which is harmful for everyone involved. We have confidence we have every confidence in the skills and training of the RCMP, EMRT, and their actions on Plains Road, April 19th, a prepared backgrounder, and then they go on to give a little tooting horn about the NPF. The textbook stuff, that everything that they've done is textbook. Police response to Nova Scotia mass shooting was textbook, RCMP union boss says. That would be Brian Sauvé. Brian Sauvé, of course, they excerpt. Brian Sauvé, the head of the RCMP's national union, says criticism of the police actions connected to Nova Scotia mass shooting, which left 23 dead people, or people dead, murdered in April 2020, have been unfair. The forces handling the initial attack was, quote, almost textbook response. Don't you know? Do you feel like it's textbook? Aren't you happy for the conclusion, as Burrow would say? Mr. Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, was pushing back against those who say RCMP mistakes may have contributed to the shooting, during which the killer, the 13-hour rampage, while dressed as a Mountie and driving RCMP lookalike vehicle. And they've got all the tools going out. Thank you to, let's see if I can get that. I was like, oh. They've got these accounts floating around. Of course, they have all the stuff running around. Either some of it's covert, some of it, very subversive actions, glow that's been floating around Facebook groups and things like that. Here, Discord. For a long time. Here we go. This one. So they have like a PR campaign going. Heavy PR campaign. January 25th. Emergency medical response team with Dwayne Ivani. Meet Dwayne Ivani, corporal with the RCMP. I noticed how he said taking care of members.
I think medically, when you look at all the training and the practice and the time that you put in, when we get into a situation where you're actually able to use it and save someone's life, is the biggest reward. My name's Dwayne Ivany. I'm a corporal with the RCMP. I'm a supervisor in the Halifax district area, and I'm also the divisional coordinator for the RCMP's Emergency Medical Response Team in H Division. We're set up a little different than normal operators. We carry on our front of our hard body armor. We have a number of tourniquets, which is our primary thing for any kind of appendage wound, arm or leg. The medics will carry, it's a special type of scissors, Raptor. It's able to cut through metal. I can cut a ring off with this. I've got a seatbelt cutter. Our prime mandate is to provide emergency medical aid and advanced care to our members in critical incidents and in high-risk scenarios. There are.
Okay, so he just said it. That's what their mandate is, to take care of the members. Don't worry about anybody else. Blankets. Blankets. It's okay.
There are times where we will respond to an incident. Could be as simple as a car accident, and there's going to be a delay in the ambulances or the paramedics arriving, and it's something where they need their immediate care. So we will do that. The medics will provide care to civilians. Any kind of critical incident, I'll coordinate that event, making sure our members are doing what we need, and I communicate amongst
They will provide, so it's a lot about that they will take care of members and this kind of thing. And oh yes, they will take care,
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
they will take care of other people also. They can. With fancy music. You know what this is, right? This account, to which there are many types of things, either openly stated and not. Now, again, I'm not trying to pick on Mr. I mispronounced his name, Ivani. But listen, if there's a problem here, you don't run around and say it's textbook. But that's balls. You say there is a problem and we need to fix it. You don't run behind lawyers and cover and fancy music and covert accounts and bullshit. What you do is you come out ahead of it and you say, listen, big problem here. Sorry. We got to fix this one. No, that's not the way we do things. It's just cover your own ass. Cover the institution's ass. But they're not faring well in this one. They aren't. And they know it. And that's why they've got these social media accounts going around and all this other stuff. And then naysayers and CSE playing fucking techno games with everybody. Listen, you're not winning. The only way to properly deal with this is just get ahead of it and say that, like, I'm sorry. We made a boo-boo here. This is not making anybody in the, I'm sure down in Onslow, feel very good. Now you're essentially saying Sharon can't even see. She's colorblind. Again. It'd be interesting to see what else they do. But I would have loved to see the video of the car driving away. Wouldn't you? But no, that's called selective editing. Retracto. It keeps coming into my head for some reason. Bad. Where's the GPS on everybody's phones? GPS on Brown and Melanson. All over the place. Very busy. Don't worry, the next day they can go and talk to. Brown can go and talk to a family member. What? GPS.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Mr. Van Wert?
Good morning. My name is Jamie Van Wert. I'm part of the Commission Counsel team, and I will be the presenting Commission Counsel for this phase of the proceedings this morning. At this point in the proceedings, Commission Counsel will be calling 3 witnesses. And these witnesses, Mr. Richard Ellison, Chief Greg Muse, Deputy Chief Daryl Curry, will be appearing before the Commission in a panel format. They'll be seated side by side on the table on the stage. These 3 individuals will be speaking to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade foundational document that Mr. Burrell has presented this morning. It was tendered as an exhibit 496. If you were listening to Mr. Burrell's presentation, these are 3 individuals that were in the fire hall on April 19th and will be sharing with the Commission and the public their experience of being present in the hall when the shots were discharged by Constables Brown and Melanson. I would like to invite the 3 witnesses to the stage at this point. I will be asking each of them to identify themselves, and they will be sworn in before I begin asking questions. They are just approaching the stage now, Commissioners.
Thank you.
You can have a seat, gentlemen. So our first order of business, gentlemen, is to have you sworn. Right now there is a Bible in front of Chief Muse. Perhaps you could begin by just identifying yourself and spelling your last name.
Greg Muse, Chief of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade. Muse, M-U-I-S-E.
And I'd ask if you could place your hand on the Bible, and Madam Register will have you sworn.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could pass as you have, pass it to Deputy Daryl Curry, and again, identify yourself and spell your last name. Thank you.
Daryl Curry, C-U-R-R-I-E.
And do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Ellison, if you could identify yourself, spell your last name.
It's Richard Ellison, E-L-L-S-O-N. And I was told to evacuate my home in Portapic around 8:30, maybe, something like that. And I made my way up to the fire hall.
And I will be asking you about that this morning, Mr. Ellison. If at this point, if you could just listen to Madam Register, and she will administer a swearing.
Mr. Ellison, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. The idea today is for you three gentlemen to feel as comfortable as possible and to share with the commissioners and with the public your experience of being at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. Some of the questions I'm going to be asking you today I expect will be difficult to answer. If you need to take a break, please ask and we can accommodate that. And you have water in front of you, and I will begin. And I think my first series of questions are really more directed, I think, at Chief Muse and Deputy Chief Curry, but certainly Mr. Ellison, if you have anything to add, please join the conversation. But we've heard from Mr. Burrell, who presented the foundational document, and that document is now part of as an exhibit. So certainly I'm not asking you to have to re-set out what's already in that document, but perhaps you could share with the public and the commissioners just what was your experience in the morning on the 19th, and just sort of maybe give a bit of a background of who you are and how you became involved at being at the fire hall. And I could start with you, Chief Muse.
Okay. I'm a member of the fire brigade for been 40 years now. My role is chief. I've been chief for 16 years. We have roughly around 40 members in a brigade. We answer roughly 150 to 200 calls a year. Most of them are medical. We do answer probably between 30 to 35 calls on accident calls on the highway. You want me to continue
Well,
on?
perhaps you could introduce yourself, Daryl Curry, Deputy Chief Curry, and just sort of set out a short biography of how you're connected to the hall.
Yeah, Daryl Curry, Deputy Chief. I got about 25 years in with Onslow Belmont, probably half of them as Deputy Chief off and on a couple times. Yeah, like Greg mentioned about our calls, we do medicals, we do car accidents, structure fires, water rescue, off-road rescue, all kinds of fun stuff like that. So. And how did you become involved with the comfort station on April 19th, and what was your role?
You asked him.
Either can answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I approximately got a call between 7 and 7:15. My first call from EMO, Dave Westlake. I missed the first call. I was probably in the washroom at the time. I happened to come out and notice that Dave had called, so I called him back. And he'd asked me if we could use your hall as a comfort zone for the people in Portapique. He said he would fill me in when I got there. That was probably roughly around 8 o'clock when I ended up the fire hall to meet Dave. At that time, I didn't know what was going on in Portapique. I never heard nothing that night. I was in bed around 10 o'clock that night, I think it was, which I had no idea what was going on in Portapique at the time. Dave filled me in a little bit when I got to the hall. At the time, before I left home, I called Deputy Chief Dale Curry if he could attend with me at the fire hall. It was going to be open for a comfort zone for Portapique, which Dale did arrive. So,
okay. And Deputy Chief Curry, is operating a comfort station something that you've done at the fire hall before? Yeah, periodically we open the hall as a comfort station for if there's power outages in the area. That's usually the main reason. We would be used as an evacuation center if we had a forest fire in the area. People needed to evacuate their homes. We generally coordinate all that with the MO. But it's, I think that's the first time we've set up a comfort station for something like this. Okay. So on April 19th, perhaps the time frame I'm looking at is before Mr. Ellison arrived, prior to 10 a.m. and you both arrived at the hall. Can you just share with the commissioners what your role was and what your experience was in that time frame?
At the time when we landed there, our role was just to open the fire hall for EMO, Dave Westlake. We're kind of there, just kind of a comfort for Dave. If he needed anything, we're there to help. But as far as us doing anything, that wasn't our job to help on that side of it, unless he asked. So we had a call before that, the night before that, and me and Joe was kind of looking after doing that call up and sending a report in. That was pretty well why we were there.
Okay, and the call you're talking about, it was unrelated to the events?
It was a forest brush fire, I guess it was at that time. Yeah.
And again, in this window leading up to when Mr. Ellison arrived, what information was shared with both of you, and who shared it with you about what was going on and why the comfort station was being set up?
Okay.
Yeah, we did see a picture. I guess there was very, very little information about what actually was taking place in Portapique. No information, but we did see a picture of a suspect. Constable Gagnon showed us a picture on his phone of the perpetrator, just so we would be aware of who they were looking for if he showed up at the hall. In hindsight now, I know why the police were there for security at the time. We didn't know, but yes, we did have that little bit of knowledge. The only other information we had is what I might have taken off of social media through Twitter and Facebook. posts from the Nova Scotia RCMP.
And Mr. Ellison, so I understand you're retired
Yes,
and you're a resident of Portapic.
yeah,
And we've seen in the presentation this morning that you arrived at the comfort station around 10 o'clock in the morning.
okay, yeah.
Yeah. What do you remember about arriving at the fire station or the fire hall?
A lot of things on the video there, I don't really remember, like sitting in my car talking to the police officer. Don't really remember that. I just remember going in and being warmly welcomed by these gentlemen. And a big relief for me after the situation I come from. And then I remember they gave me a mask because this pandemic was just starting, and a pair of gloves. And we were talking, and then the next thing I remember, I could hear someone shout, "Get down, get down." And we had to get right down on the floor and then crawl into the other room which would be on the east side of the fire hall for protection, because we didn't know at the time just what was going on. And we stayed there until we got the okay to come out.
Okay. Deputy Chief Curry and Chief Muse, do you remember Mr. Ellison arriving?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Remember, he was obviously distraught, waiting to find confirmation about his son. So we were cognizant of the fact that he was in quite a bit of distress. So I can understand why he doesn't remember some of the stuff that happened. Yeah, he was pretty worked up.
And it wasn't long after Mr. Ellison arrived, as we've seen from the presentation this morning, that the shots were fired at the hall. And I'll start with Chief Muse. Are you able to relay what your experience was upon hearing those shots and how you responded after?
When I first heard something like a bang, 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 and then I seen Dave coming through the door, and which he dropped the radio, and he picked it up, and he hit it towards where me and Mr. Ellison was standing inside the hall, and all I heard said, get down, shots fired, shots fired." So we all took off running. At that time, I seen Daryl come out around the corner behind Dave, and we ran into a room, which is it's like a pull curtain, I guess you call it, but it's a hard plastic door you pull across. Then me and Daryl, and I think Dave was involved in this too, flipping tables and chairs over, trying to find a spot that we can hide from this. We had no idea what was going on outside. And it was just terrific. I don't know how to explain it. It happened so fast, and everything was just chaos. It's just tables flying everywhere and trying to hide behind them. And it's something, hope nobody has to go through that, because it's a tough road. But
What are your memories, Deputy Chief Curry?
I had just come in from the truck bay into that what we would call the radio room or the communication room. You could see from the video this morning. But I had just walked past like 2 feet from where some of those bullets came through the front of the hall, almost seconds prior to that. So I was in the communication room, and I heard the shots, and then Dave and I at the same time were entering into the main area of the hall. Greg has elaborated some on what we did. It was hands and knees, We assumed it was the perpetrator who fired upon us. We had no reason to believe, certainly not that the RCMP had opened fire on a local fire station. That never crossed our mind. So we were just basically terrified. Like Greg said, we hid as best we could in a far part of the fire hall. We had some stacks of metal chairs there that offered a little more protection than the plastic tables. So we spent the first couple minutes in there. I could go on, I guess, about the door. Somewhere in the first minute or so, somebody was banging on our side door in the area where we were. It would be on the east side of the building. So it was only a few feet from where we were. That few minutes or few seconds with the banging on the door was, the worst. They were the worst seconds of my life. I assumed that I was going to die that day. We had known from social media what other things were happening in our area. Twitter said the RCMP feed had put the perpetrator in our area. So we just assumed that that's who it was. Now he's trying to get in the side door. I remember thinking, like, how am I going to die? Am I going to bleed out on the floor of this comfort center? Am I going to see this person? Are they going to shoot through the wall? It was pretty horrific.
Well, thank you for that answer. I think it might be valuable just to clarify the side door, because the side door you're talking about obviously isn't the front door to the hall. And did you see it in any of the videos that were shown by Mr. Burrell this morning?
Yeah, one of the videos had it shown part of the door on that corner.
Okay.
Just a corner of it.
And this door is on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And you retreated to a room that was on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And so when you say you heard the noise from the door, that was just feet away from you, a few feet away from you?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you hear? Did anybody identify themselves, or was it a knock? What was it?
It wasn't a knock, it was a bang. I mean, like, it meant that they're trying to get in. That's how my feeling was. Like, nobody yelled, nothing. I would say it was probably at least 4 to 5 bangs. And then everything went quiet.
Yeah, there was no one yelled police, open the door, police let us in, or police, everything's okay. There was nothing. No indication of police identifying themselves. We just assumed, like I said earlier, we assumed that it was the perpetrator, and we were just, if he didn't come in the side door, he was going to come in another door. A front door is glass. We just assumed that's who it was.
Mr. Ellison, do you have a memory of what was going through your mind in the moments you heard the shots, and what was happening?
Well, I just followed the orders to get down and make ourselves, when we get into the other side here, away from where the shots are coming from. And like I say, we stayed there until we got the green light, you might say. And then after that, we come back out, and we ended up going around to where the fire trucks are kept. And we walked by a brand new pumper truck, and you could see where the bullets come through that door, just like it wasn't even there.
Wow.
And if they had hit one of us, it would have been at the end of us, big time. Because what they did, just what they did, that's just a small caliber rifle, eh? What it did to that fire truck, the damage that it caused to it, just with 2 shots. Yeah. It's devastating.
Well, let me pick up on something that you said, Mr. Ellison, but Mr. Ellison mentioned when you got the green light. I assume when you...
all clear.
Perhaps I'll direct this again at you, Chief Muse. Tell us about how it was from the moments you heard the shots to when you believed you were safe again.
When we entered the room where we flipped the tables all over, and it was a few minutes later, 2 police officers came in and spoke with Dave Westlake, asked if everybody's okay, and Dave said everybody's okay here, and that was pretty well it. They never said they were Mounties, RCMPs. They just, I think, Andre went up and talked to Dave up in the corner. I didn't see that part of it, but I think Melanson turned around and went back outside. All we heard is shuttle, stay in that room. So we stayed in that room over 57 or 58 minutes, still not knowing what was going on outside. At that time, it was just like we're hostage there. Like nobody told us anything. It just seemed like we were just left there. And we still had no idea who fired at our fire hall at that time. So.
Just one small point of clarification. Unfortunately, there are 2 Daves that were present. There's Constable Dave Gagnon and Dave Westlake. I think you're referring to Dave Westlake when you refer to Dave. Yeah.
Yes.
And so just did anyone directly speak to you immediately after?
No.
No. And Deputy Chief Curry, so 57 minutes. What's your memory of what happened after the shooting?
I had been following the social media accounts, so we were aware later on in those 57 minutes, I guess, that the perpetrator had moved further away, and that's when we come out of the hall, out of the east side of the hall, and went over, like Mr. Ellison said, we went over to the truck bay and seen all the damage. But nobody checked on us physically. We didn't see anybody other than Dave Westlake would have seen the officers. I don't know if he's seen them both or not, but yeah, we were left there to basically shelter in place. Greg uses the word felt like hostages. That is kind of how we felt in there for that amount of time. When we did finally come out of that side of the building, the eastern side of the building, and out into the truck bay, we noticed that the RCMP officer that was there to provide us security, he was gone. His car had moved. And he never told us. We didn't know where his car went. So our assumption was that he was either dead and somebody stole his car. He took off after the perpetrator, maybe, or I suppose he was hiding. We never thought for a second that he was hiding. We just assumed that he was gone. But he left us in there without security. So we experienced the traumatic shooting, and then we were left without any protection. I know Dave Westlake had made some calls trying to some of his contacts to get other police there. But nobody ever showed up, so we were on our own. That's what it felt like.
And when did you learn who had discharged the shots?
That was later after the perpetrator had been killed. We got bits and pieces from Dave Westlake, who was getting bits and pieces of information from Constable Gagnon, who had parked on the west side of our building. We found out later. Dave would get some information and come in and tell us. So by the time we left at 2:30, we knew it was RCMP who did the shooting. So he would have got it from Constable Gagnon.
And you describe when you leave the fire hall, you don't see Constable Gagnon, but at some point you do see him again?
Yeah, my recollection is that some evacuees returned to the hall. And we knew from the RCMP Twitter feed that the perpetrator was, whether it was Milford or Enfield, I forget which time, but we knew he was far enough away. So Dave Westlake went out to greet the evacuees. And that's when he discovered the car parked beside the building.
And going back, and I'll maybe direct this question at you, Deputy Chief Curry. Chief Muse commented on what he heard immediately after the shots were fired when Dave Westlake and other people entered the hall. What are your memories of what you heard and the information you learned immediately after the shootings?
I heard the shots. You can see from the video, I ran almost the same time Dave was running in the door. Heard the shots. I can remember when I heard the shots how terrified I was. Only because of what was going on in the area that morning. So yeah, we just ran into the inside of the building from there.
And did you see any of the individuals that entered the building?
No. Just Dave Westlake, and that was it. We were hiding by then.
Okay. And Mr. Ellison, do you recall how long after these events occurred, after you were hiding and then went to the rest of the hall? How long you stayed at the hall afterwards?
Not that long. I left the hall and proceeded to the Journey's Inn Motel.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was something that the Red
Cross
Cross
had
had
set up,
arranged
yeah.
for you. Okay. I'll direct my next question at Chief Muse again, but I'll ask each of you this question. So how have the events on April 19th at the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, how have they affected you?
Quite a bit. I mean, they I have been seeing counseling twice a month, sometimes 3. I'm on pills to try to calm me down, and I was on one, and I had a reaction to it, so I went back to my doctor, and she prescribed me another pill, and it took me a while to to start that other pill because I wasn't sure what it was going to do to me again. But I'm back on them again, and trouble sleeping at nights. I still do. If I get 4 hours sleep, that's a good night. All the time thinking about it every day. It's not a day goes by that's something doesn't pop in my head. Just have a hard time dealing with it. Fire Hall was my second home. Now it's not. It used to be my safe zone. That's probably been taken away from me. I have trouble with being around like a group of people. I feel like I'm suffering all the time, just trying to get my breath, just because I don't know why that took place, but because there wasn't that many people around that day at the hall, but I just seem like I just smother when I'm around a lot of people. I still do my duties at the hall. I'm still the chief. A few times I've thought about resigning as chief. I talked to Bill a few times about it, and we decided that we try staying on for a while and see how things turn out. But it seems like this is never going to end for me. It's just seemed a part of my life on me, and I don't think I'll ever get back. I fight with it every day.
Deputy Chief Curry, April 19th, how has it affected you?
I often think that's a better question to ask my wife or my friends, maybe, because they've been impacted by how I've been impacted. But similar to what Greg has gone through, I tried some counseling in May after the events happened. I had 5 counseling sessions then, so that got me through into the summer. The summer just slowly got worse, worse and worse, like constantly thinking about it. I couldn't function. I couldn't focus. So I was getting into some pretty dark spots mentally. So I booked some more counseling sessions through Family Assistance Program. In August, I believe it was, I had to do something because I was slowly getting worse. So I had another 7 counseling sessions then. So that's August into the fall. And that seemed to help for a little bit. What the straw that really broke the camel's back for me was an interview I did with the RCMP. The hazard occurrence team showed up on April 12th of 2021, which is obviously almost a year to the day. And I had to do the interview with them. That was a 3-hour interview. And that just brought everything back. I had managed to get through the year. I had managed to still be working. So ever since the 12th, which was a Monday, I finished work that week. And I haven't been back to work since. So it's almost a year next week that I've been off. I've been through an 11-week PTSD workshop, 11 afternoons over an 11-week period. That was helpful. I take the only medication I would have ever taken in the past was for a hangover or a sore throat, maybe. I'm on 3 different medications now. Mood stabilizers or some anxiety pills or something. And I was like Greg, I couldn't sleep. I'd be up all night. I'd sit out and have a campfire at 3 o'clock in the morning just because I couldn't function. So I talked to my doctor, which is a story I would elaborate on in a bit. And I did get some medication for sleeping, so I do get some sleep now, and I've been telling Greg he's got to try these pills. So they work good. I don't even hear the pager go off in the middle of the night sometimes. So, and I never had that problem before. But my doctor story, which I think is important because it's part of the struggle that I had. I didn't have a family doctor. I needed forms signed for psychologist appointments, which, like Greg says, I attend 2 times or 3 times a month. To get those covered through our insurance, I needed to have forms filled out. I went to the walk-in clinic and he prescribed me some drugs. That was the first start of my drugs. That was the week of April 12th after the RCMP Hoyt investigative team showed up. But I couldn't get my insurance forms signed because I didn't have a doctor. The walk-in clinic wouldn't sign the forms. RCMP, I was dealing with RCMP Victim Services at that time. They had a couple doctors who initially offered to sign the forms for me, but then declined because they were out of county. They're not in the same county. So all this time I couldn't get counseling because I couldn't get the insurance papers signed. I'll make a note about there's dozens of 800 numbers that I could have called. I've been through several of them. But all the 800 numbers do, and they just talk you off the cliff. That's all they do. They don't help long term. They're great. They're a great resource, and I've used them. But they weren't a permanent solution to the problems that I was having. So, I was fortunate that a doctor at the Truro Hospital heard about my story. And she called me immediately and met me in a school parking lot and signed the forms on the hood of my car. So I could get counseling. It was that troubling and that hard. And I basically was at wit's end. Said I was, again, because I hadn't been going to counseling at that time. Your mind goes into some pretty dark holes when you need help and you can't get it. So I was there in some dark holes. Again, I couldn't hardly drive. I couldn't focus on the road. I was scared to death I was going to have an accident. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't think. I had no memory. I couldn't finish a sentence. If you asked me to testify last April, I wouldn't have been able to because I couldn't talk. I got to the point where I felt I had to have a doctor, a family doctor. You know, it's great to advocate for yourself and push through all this stuff, but I needed professional help. So I sent a letter to an email off to my MLA. And she's familiar with us. She was a good supporter of the fire service in the county. So I ended up with a family doctor the next day. And that's been helpful because you need the family doctor to make the referrals for the psychiatrists and some of the other important things, the medications. I did get the psychiatric assessment done to help figure out which medications would be best for me, and they were obviously necessary for, you know, forms that needed filled out, so for disability. So I've said it many times and I'll say it here. Fortunately, I didn't lose my life that day, but I lost the life that I had. Like Greg has said, it's not the same. I don't feel the same. My drugs obviously stabilize me, but they stabilize me at a place I don't want to be. I would sooner be, you know, have happy pills than stabilizer pills. And I guess my doctor says this is not a time to be messing with medication because of this inquiry and stuff. So it hasn't been easy. I think that might be clear.
Well, thank you for that answer, Deputy Chief Curry. I do want to return to some of what you said. Perhaps before I do that, Mr. Ellison, I know this is, an entirely unfair question. You went through a lot of tragedy on April 18th and April 19th, but how did your experience in the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, how did that affect you on the April 19th?
Well, it affected me in a way that at least there's still some humanity out there. Like I say, is the way I was welcomed there, and I want to thank these gentlemen for the service that they provide for their communities. They're the front lines when it comes to health, you know, answering health distress, heart attacks, and things like that. There's a lot of older citizens out there, but my experience with this whole thing is I lost my son, but you have to expect these things to happen because it says right in here that these things will happen in the times that we're living in right now. Critical times, hard to deal with. And I just take it one day at a time.
And who did you go to for help, Mr. Ellison?
I went up to the mental, or whatever you want to call it, up in the Colchester Hospital. There's a psychiatric unit upstairs in the second floor. Now I went up there for 3 council sessions, but then I found it wasn't really helping me any. It just wasn't doing the job like I didn't need that type of thing. But because like I say, I am a Jehovah's Witness. I rely on him, and he's helped me through this big time. He will give you the strength to endure these hardships, and And I don't have a family doctor, by the way, but as long as I don't get sick, I'll be all right, eh?
I want to ask, my next question I want to ask a few times, but perhaps if we look back on your experience on April 19th, and I want to ask, what do you think would have helped or made a difference? And let me begin my first version of that question will be, on April 19th, leading up to when the shots were discharged. And I'll direct this at, well, first, Chief Muse. What is there anything that would have made a difference in that time frame?
Before the shooting?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we took it as a day that we asked to open our fire hall, and up to the shooting. No, I think everything was properly done through Dave Westlake and ourselves.
And how about you, Deputy Chief Curry?
I don't think anything different would have been done from Greg's point of view or Dave Westlake's. I don't see how, if we'd have had more information prior to 8 o'clock in the morning, that might have made a difference. Hindsight's 2020. Maybe we wouldn't have opened the hall. Maybe it would have been at a different location. But we didn't have that information, so the right decisions were made with the information that was given to us. But I believe had the full information been given to through to Dave Westlake, different decisions would have been made.
And what type of information would have helped?
The gravity of the situation in Portapique, the fact that the perpetrator was not contained by the simple fact of placing a police cruiser at our hall. There was obviously a threat that we were never made aware of. The car was there for a reason, and we weren't made aware of that reason, other than we just assumed they were there taking information from the evacuees.
Well, let me direct my next question at you again, Deputy Chief Curry. Thank you for sharing about your experience after the 19th. I'm interested in your answer to the same question. What do you think would have helped or made a difference in the experience you went through reaching out for help after the 19th?
Well, obviously having a family doctor is helpful. I wouldn't have probably not gone through near the amount of personal trauma and mental health crisis, I'll call it, that I went through if I had somebody, a medical professional that would be there to, to assist me and walk me through what I needed. Fortunately, my wife and family and friends were there when I needed them. But I think not having the family doctor is the biggest problem for me. That's where you get referrals to the help that you need. I said it before, I mean, there's dozens of 800 numbers. We got stacks of them at the hall, cards you can pick up. They're posted here, on the mass casualty website. And to me, they just talk you off to the ledge. That's all they do. So you're good for another day. But tomorrow's a new day and it's going to start all over. Somebody needs to manage that stuff.
I do have another version of the same question, but before I move on to that, did you have anything to add, Mr. Ellison?
Things have to change in this country. You know, when you talk about safe communities, well, you got people like Gabriel showed me those firearms that he had illegal, and he might as well been after Christmas and show me a pair of skates. He had no fear of the law whatsoever, and he did what he did, and he got away with it until they caught up with him, like almost like a Sunday drive type of thing. And just unbelievable.
My next version of this question is as far as about learning about what happened at the fire hall and how you gain to find out what actually happened, that information. What do you think could have been done better in that regard? And I'll invite anyone to answer this question first.
If we had, what could have been done, I think if we hadn't known that the shooter was out there earlier, like Dale said, I don't think our fire hall was the proper spot to bring people if he was in this area. Because he was on a road that would lead anywhere like towards the fire. If he known that all the people from Portapique was going to our fire hall for comfort zone, it wasn't the right spot for it, I don't think. If there had been a alarm went out saying that there's a shooter in the area, like in the Portapique or whatever area they want to confer, that would have helped a lot of people. I mean, they made this alert every once in a while. You'd be sitting home, the alert would go off and scares the friggin' lights over you because you have no idea what was going on, but it's just a test. But why wasn't it used that night, that day? But
I guess I'll apologize. My question was fairly open. Let me make it a bit more direct. But as far as your experience, Chief Muse,
right,
in learning about after the shooting has occurred at the hall,
right,
the process by which you learned about what actually happened. Do you have any comment about your experience in that regard, and any comment about anything that would have changed your experience?
I would definitely look at it again. I mean, as far as opening the fire hall, I mean, it's always open for EMO for the county, but there will probably be some changes made in that regard to open that hall. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Well, I apologize. I don't know if I made it clear, but Deputy Chief Curry, do you have any comments about the process by which you learned about what happened in the hall and your experience in the aftermath of April 19th?
Well, I guess there was no, that I recall. I mean, there was no notification or nobody officially came out and said what happened. And is that sort of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah, nobody, it's not like somebody showed up at the fire hall the next day and said, oh, we're really sorry that we shot up your fire hall and here's a check for $43,000. There was nothing. In middle of May, we had a visit from Chris Leather and Al Carroll and Arch Thompson. I think they were staff sergeants and chief superintendent. They showed up. Just, you know, I like to say they just showed up to see the handiwork of their constables. That's all they did. They didn't offer RCMP victim services. They made the offers, if there's anything we can do to help, you know, here's our card. But, you know, unbeknownst to us at the time, you know, we should have been offered services through RCMP victim services. When the Hoyt people showed up to do their investigation, they were, if I can use the word appalled, I guess, they were appalled that we had never been offered any help through the RCMP. And that's how I mentioned earlier that we did engage with the RCMP victim services a little bit at the end, but that was a year later. So it was too little too late at that point. Does that
Thank you.
answer your question a little?
Yes, thank you. So this morning I've been asking you questions and about April 19th, the time before Mr. Ellison arrived, when Mr. Ellison arrived, when shots were fired at the hall, how that affected you, your experience accessing services. We've invited you to come from out of town to drive in this morning and share your story in a very public, large convention hall. And I just want to make sure you have the opportunity during the course of me asking you these series of questions. Is there anything that you weren't able to share with the commission on this topic that you would like to do so now?
Go ahead. You got something? You're the chief.
I don't have a
Go ahead. You had something to say?
The only thing I would like to say, we were left there at our hall for 11 months before anybody really had a chance to talk to us, that wanted to talk to us. And I don't think that the RCMP wanted anything to do with the fire hall. I think they were shoving us under the table, hoping this would go away. But I don't think they realized what they put us through. Someday I hope I can look back and say, well, hopefully I'll get through this. I also like to thank my wife too for putting up with me with this for 2 years of me being like this. I'm hoping things will get better. I think that's all I need. You go for it now if you want.
I only hit a couple things that didn't fit into any of your questions, and you know, I know we discussed this earlier, but it's similar to something Greg said. But I found the whole the commission, the inquiry has for me been nothing near trauma informed. It's been, you know, not transparent. You know, my legal counsel has to fight to get witnesses, people that are important. Important documents are buried, you know, deep within thousands of pages of reference material that don't seem to fit a nice PowerPoint presentation. That has all added to my stress. The least stressful day probably so far with this inquiry is today and me sitting here. Because I think there should be more of me and more of Greg and more of Mr. Ellison sitting here. PowerPoint presentations are nice, but there's so much missing. People don't have time to sift through foundational documents and reference material to get to the real story. So that's been troubling for me. And the only other thing I have to say it because I've said it in all of my interviews. I don't believe the story that's been told by at least one of the RCMP officers on the outside. My opinion, obviously, but based on witness testimony from the other witnesses, the stories don't line up. So I've been really troubled by that because it really bothers me that a member of the RCMP may have lied. I can't obviously confirm that. I didn't question them, but I've read lots of witness statements and things don't line up. So.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chief Curry, for sharing that part of your experience as well. I think at this point, what I would propose we do is take a break for lunch and have what we call a caucus. And after that time, there may be some more questions from the commissioners and from myself as well. Unless the commissioners, did you have questions you wish to address at this time before we break?
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Just before we break, just maybe you, Mr. Ellison, if you have anything you would like to add, the same question that was asked of the chief and the deputy chief.
The only thing I can say, or the really, well, it's hit me, I have to live with this till the day I die, is what happened down in my neighborhood. At one point, my son was laying dead on the road. Lisa McCauley was laying dead on her lawn. Greg Blair and his wife were dead on their property, and he tried to burn their house down like he did other places. And then just not very far from there was two more people that were shot to death, and their house was burnt down, and there was a vehicle there burnt right in the yard with it. And if you want to see anything clear, anything close to that, turn the TV on and watch what's going on over in Ukraine, and you'll see it. And it should never happen in this country. I'm not too happy about the people talk about front line or safe communities. Well, how can they be safe when there's no laws to prevent what happened in Portapique and in Wentworth and at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade? Should never have happened. That's the bottom line right there. And not in Canada, no. Not with the gun laws they have, but see, they only apply to law-abiding citizens. You got to get the criminals first. And there's your front line to keep your communities happy or safe and your children.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Van Wart. As we do typically with the witnesses, we will give the council an opportunity to meet and just to make sure there aren't any missing questions. And so if you don't mind, we really appreciate it, your being here and sharing your stories. But if you don't mind staying with us over the lunch hour, because there may be some further questions after the lunch hour, but we will take the opportunity, Mr. Van Wert, for the lunch hour to, or specifically the lunch hour and 45 minutes, to allow you to meet with council, and we will return at 1:45. If you need more time, just let us know. Thank you so much, and thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and council will caucus and the proceedings will resume at 1:45.
$1:45. So an hour and 45 minutes. Have I got that correct? Have I got that correct? It's now 12 o'clock there. 1:45. Caucus. No mention of bonds and tucks. Yeah. Whilst, you know, obviously it's very important to hear. Yeah, I mean, this is not a secret. So 1:45, and they're going to do Shuby also. They're going to blaze through, you know, I don't even know what to say. I know what I want to say. It's highly important that they all get to air their story and how they feel and what has happened to them. But nothing that, well, sorry, I should be careful. The vast majority of that questioning was in respect to what could happen if it happened again. How could we deal with it better? Not, how can we make sure next time it doesn't happen? The most important people, these are clearly very important people. Mr. Westlake is extremely important, and Mr. Gannon, not sure where they are, but their stuff is not witness testimony. I liked how Daryl finished that and said how about the MCC and about the dishonesty, or, I mean, he was couched in his language, but I mean, you can read through what he was saying, right? But it is highly trauma-based in your mind. That doesn't prevent it. And maybe they're not at the stage in their, I don't know, the anger that I'm highly, they're very composed about it, and maybe that's just because they're treading a very thin line. Where is Brown and Melanson? Those are the two most important people, funnily enough, in this, because they're the ones who have to answer to what they did, why these men feel the way that they do, right? That will prevent maybe it happening next time. The MCC wants to focus on, well, it will happen next time. So how can we deal with that and get that in people's minds? Trauma, trauma, trauma. To have these men sitting up there and ask them about their psychological state, that's just re-traumatizing them. It would be interesting to have Melanson and Brown sitting across from them in a witness circle, if they were up for it. That would be very interesting. Because that's what the focus of this should be. How to prevent it from happening again. Understanding their psychological state is important, and giving them the opportunity and the platform to say that, but asking them over and over to elaborate on that, rather than sitting down with the key people, giving them that opportunity. Frankly, it should have just been an open mic, and they should have just been able to air whatever they wanted to about how they feel or don't feel, or if they want to share that or they don't want to share that. Because now it's all on record and everybody witnesses that. I mean, to me, that's not a very kind thing to do. That's traumatizing. Hey, come up and tell the world, how messed up we made you or whatever. Like, come on. That doesn't stop it, though, from happening next time. All it does is he was just asking, like, how could we treat you better next time? Afterwards. And I'm like, what about, you ask about how this could be stopped? No? Or am I just missing something here? Even bringing it back to trauma right at the end. Because there was kind of a bit of a big statement there, which they just wanted to skate right by. The MCC is not doing its job. They aren't answering questions. There's possibly dishonesty with a member there. And is that going to be addressed? No, because they'll just move into something else now after a caucus for an hour and 45 minutes. Really? Why does there need to be a caucus? What's so secret about this? I thought this was public, but we all know it's not public. The preceding year wasn't public. Yes. That's what they're interested in. And they want to get people lost in that, because people should be maybe a little bit upset. I'm thinking there are stages of grief and those kinds of things. One of them, funnily enough, is anger, and that's natural. Not anger as in like I guess some people go through that, hurting other people or whatever, but that's not what it's about. It's about, please, you owe me some answers here. I'm not feeling satisfied. Brown, yeah. Where are the two most important people? Who are the people who perpetrated that? Where are they? Where are they? Yes, optional witness impact. If they want to say what they want to say, then absolutely give them a platform. Anybody always has a platform here. I'm not saying that. It's just let them speak their piece, but let them say it the way they want to say it. And don't keep focusing in on that to lose people in it. It's pretty malicious, actually. Blinds them. Do they want to discuss their mental state publicly? Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But I'm sure that they probably wouldn't want to repeat it. Right? It should have just been an open mic. You say what you want to say. And I suppose if you know we have questions as to what could they share that they witnessed other than fear. Am I making sense? This is emotional. This whole thing has been an emotional play rather than seeking answers, accountability, justice. Leather, what did Leather say again? We had a meeting. Somewhere I have that clip. I believe I do. Because why are you all here? Are you here to understand? It should what happened at Onslow be solely focused on the mental impact and psychological impact of what victims went through? Or should it be that they have the opportunity to air that if they want to or not want to? And what they would like to see different. And how they think that that could be different. And how can you make it so that it doesn't happen again? And probably have the people who committed this, albeit accidental, act. Sit down and say why they did that. Disregard. Really? Opening fire on civilians. Disregard. I think it says it there. Oh, I think more than just nice. Maybe I'm just living on a different planet. I certainly want to know what happened, how that came to be. The CERT document isn't 1,053 pages or whatever, which goes from 700 to 1,000 and some, about the individuals in the fire hall and how they feel. It's about how that happened. Did they spend any time really to your satisfaction answering why? Or did they take you into an emotional place? The MCC, the commission, not the inquiry, the commission if it was operating in a truly above board fashion, would allow people to air what they wanted to air, victims' families, surviving people, what they did or did not want to air about how it's affected them, but mostly so that we don't have more. Because that's not going to answer it. It's not going to answer it. All it's just telling you is maybe next time when it does happen, which we're not going to try and prevent, maybe we can provide you better psychological services. How about you really work towards not having it again? Because then there wouldn't be a need for the psychological services. I think that's a better goal. Maybe it's just me. Maybe my sarcasm is really ringing through. Yes. And I'm not taking away at all from what these men or families have gone through. Absolutely give them opportunity. It should go on as long as they want to. Shouldn't be cut short for caucuses and breaks. All the families should be sitting up there if they want to. And they should be able to say, this is what I want to know. This is what I want to say. I run the show. You know why? Because it's not your family. It's mine. It's me. Right? Thank goodness it's none of us. I come at it from a standpoint of, one, my friend, and number two, who I believe I can somewhat speak on behalf of, but not really, because she's the only one who can do that. I spend a lot of time understanding different families and trying to talk to them, listen to them. And whilst we do have conversations from time to time about different families, about how it affects them, if they've had, just a really bad day. Somebody's there not to review schoolwork, or those kinds of things. The vast majority of what I hear from them is why. And I'm upset. And I don't want it to happen to anybody else. And I think the people from the outside come at it from, we don't want that to happen to anybody else, inclusive of ourselves or anybody in our communities. And that's what the focus should be, not the emotional place that they want to take people to. They like this one in the world these days. Oof, there goes some hair. But they said it from the onset, right? That's what they were focused on, is just trauma and issues that are unrelated. They're obviously related. The impact is related. The trauma part. But isn't that probably for them and their circles to deal with if they want that? Like, rather than, I'm sure they must have asked, obviously, beforehand, and they're all grown men. They can answer or not answer. I'm sure they're wondering why. Do I need adult supervision? I think they are supervising too much. I would like them to go away. I don't need supervision. Let's see, where was it? I can't remember. Leather, June 4th, before the shit really started to hit the fan. That's why they shut it down. And they asked him about the fire hall. I can't seem to locate it. And he's just like, well, we've met with them. We had a frank discussion, an honest and frank discussion, I believe was the words he used. And we're working together. That was the extent of the apology. Wow. I'm going to try that one in real life. See how well that works. I had an honest and frank discussion with you, and, well, we're working together. See how that goes over. I wonder if my girlfriend would like that. Just shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. An hour and 20 minutes. How long do you think it's going to go? They're gauging. They're gauging by the chat in here. They wanted to leave it in that emotional place. That's why the follow-up was asked. right? No, don't leave it there. Can't leave it there. Oh my goodness. They're talking about something we might have to do. Take them back to the emotional stuff. Get lost in that. Leave it, sinking in your mind for while they all go and have a private powwow. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? How do we deal with it? What is the okay. I was hoping that I had this schedule wrong. Those of you you're way more up to speed. I'm always in different places. We all are. Oh, they'll be back at 2:05. Oh, so now it's 2 hours and 5 minutes? Uh-oh. Or are you going by the 1 hour and 45 minutes? That started at 12. Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, then all that's left for Shuby is 1:45 till 4:30, which they don't have a very good track record on completing a full day. They have a very poor track record, like dismal failure rate, not moving out of grade school rate. Oh, that's your guess, 2:05? Okay, so if they come back at 2:05, that would leave them 2 hours and 25 minutes to cover the homicide of Heidi Stevenson, the homicide of Joey Weber, and the attempted homicide of Chad Morrison. But maybe they've done it internally, so maybe they're satisfied. That's an awfully little time to devote to even one of your own, two of your own. I'm speaking in terms of death. And Mr. Weber. Unless I'm misreading their website, that seems to be what I'm reading. Looks like Gina and Big Stop, multiple visits, multiple gas stations, multiple Sobeys will get a day. So you actually spend more time on taking down the supposed solo perpetrator of this whole fiasco, tragedy, homicide, horror show than you do on two of your members and a civilian. That makes a lot of sense. doesn't it? Let's give more attention to the perpetrator. Seems odd. Where is Brown and Melanson again? I'm still waiting. And I hope that I'm not being misunderstood. I'm not trying to take away from what those men are going through. My heart goes out to them, and I'm sure you guys all know that. But it goes out to them in the way that I've always done things. I don't pry. If family members want to come and talk to me, I've always been here. And if they don't, which many have chosen not to, then that's up to them. It's not mine to push myself upon another who's already been hurt. It's mine just to listen and to help them get what they need. What they need. Strange. Very strange. And if you're not hearing the sarcasm, because I see through the bullshit, don't get lost in the snow, the emotional stew. If you set your hair on fire again, CSE told me they will have Mossad sit with you and like your cigarettes. Well, you know, it saves on haircuts. That's I'm sure somebody will sample that. Ah, good. Because, you know, that's what it's all about. It's all about laughing at other people. And right. Oh, oops. Not. Call it a day. Oh, you think they're gonna stay for an hour and 15 minutes and then call it a day? For two of their family, as they say. Two of their family. Which was heavily the focus at the beginning, in case any of you missed that. It was like, oh, our family, we've lost our own. Oh, yeah, and what did it work out to be? Let me do that again. Man. I'm kind of that way. So let's see here. Let's call it. Well, no. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's call it 27. 27, right? %, 7.5%. Well, 7.4. 7, if you round down, is the family members, the RCMP family. But now they don't want to spend a lot of time on that. Sorry, what? It did before. Maybe Heidi's family's feeling good. Hopefully. I My heart goes out to them just as much as it does to anybody else in the story, because they're all human beings. Put them into. Still with possibility of questioning witnesses more. Yes. Where is the family members' lawyers asking questions? But that would derail the schedule, because you see how much time they've built in. Oh, that's right. It was never about leaving it open to, we will allow this process to continue as it should, at its own pace. No, things are scheduled. You don't have time. Sorry. What? So where is the family's lawyers? But if you ask them questions now, then you're cutting down on the time left for your family members, RCMP, or is that what you're hoping for? NASCARing through Joey, Heidi, and Chad. I'm a Ford fan. I like Ford trucks. I do. I'm a bit more partial to them. Parts are easier on older Chevs, but nobody ever knows anything about an old Ford for sale. I'm trying to get. I used to have a 78 big block 400. I rebuilt that all. I kind of miss it. I want to get another one. Full-time four-wheel drive. It was good. It was good. Lots of power after you rebuild it. Dynoid. On glass packs. Straight pipe dualed. It was a great truck. Anyway, totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Irrelevancy is important, though, in the story. Or keeping it in places that are less relevant, possibly. Possibly. Again, that's for them to decide. Okay. Must maintain appearance of impartiality, so they breeze over Stevenson, Weber, and Morrison. Well, if the Weber family is okay with that, and the Stevenson family is okay with that, and Chad and his family are fine with that, then I suppose, and the residents of Shubie, obviously, are okay with that, then who am I to say? I'm certainly not okay with the system that we have, though. And I don't like to see police officers get murdered or civilians shot up. Disregard. That would be good. Or maybe, like, I think last time they didn't ask, see, in a court of law, I believe you're asked to affirm, or affirm is the very key word, affirm, or swear on the Bible. Make an oath. But if you do neither, you don't affirm, and it has to be in those words, affirm in a court, to my knowledge, then it doesn't really apply. They'll end this with something purple. Yes, I didn't see the costumes today. Oh, not costumes. Wardrobe. Do you think it'll be bumped tomorrow? Well, the schedule is ever evolving, revolving, deleting. Do they have have they put up any documents so that you could see those, so you could read through them, like the foundational document, you know, which will be how many pages? Oh, don't worry. It's a summary of a summary of summaries of summaries of summaries of summaries of summaries of summaries of summaries. Yes, it is. Interesting. Okay. Copy. Paste. Feel free to go and grab. So if they've put this up, then I would suspect that they've put up other documents. So it'll be time for another grab. Hopefully this won't kill my internet. File exploder. No, I want this one. Right. Okay. New folder. Okay. Oh. Well, do you think that she's going to appear? I've never been of the impression she'll ever appear. It's very carefully organized so that doesn't happen. 467. Okay, so it's still the same amount. Boom, boom, boom. Fluid and dynamic. It's just like BS. Dynamic. Fluids can be dynamic, absolutely. Physics. Urine is dynamic. Fluid. I suppose fecal material can be too. 59 pages. So Bose is in. This is for the Fitbit defense or dismissal, more like. Said question today, more witnesses. Today's witnesses more and still go through. Said they may question witnesses more. May. Well, I don't see. They should, right? Because you only have one side there. I'll be interested to see the family's lawyer that they have asked questions and what they ask. You already know what Bose is going to say. Bose is an expert in technology. How? Maybe he can testify as to how a heart continues to beat for hours at such a rapid rate, even though I don't think I've read any medical literature that supports that, but you never know. Again, I'm not a doctor, so how the hell would I know? Well, I've heard Bose has some issues, but again, not sure. Seen his name pop up with other people's names too. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying. Sorry, I'm scrolling through comments here, running down the list. Yeah, you'd think you'd have somebody from Fitbit, because they probably want to come in and say, this is how our product works. And it probably does work. It's not a piece of shit. Or better yet, have somebody who's independent, who is very experienced with technology. And maybe even a doctor. That would be a good person. That'd be fairly impartial. Better yet, from somebody from overseas or out of country. Then they don't maybe fall subject to intimidation tactics or cheese that they like to do. Articles that say or, definitives that are not known, narratives that include what? Oh, UE loyalists. Why oh my. Ah, 471. Oh, I got 467, I think. Let's see. 468 I got. I don't know. Is that inclusive of their foundational stuff? Videos can be downloaded. Thank you very much. Green Bastard. Using Vimeo, simple Vimeo downloader. Let's see if they've got videos up. Let's see what they did with that. I'd be interested. CarStar was 2 videos, 2 angles. You only got one with the, let's see, what did they have here? Video. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay. No. No. Like the complete, every single angle from the fire hall, those are missing. CarStar is missing. What was it down the street? I'll have to back check the address. What was the address on that again? The new one? What's the driving time between there and the fire hall? Could flat black car be mistaken for the words hatchback? Of course. As clocks can be, explain to you that, hey, just like today, don't worry, it says 10:08. Really? No, it doesn't. Download that download, everyone. Okay, so that's the foundational. Since they don't have if you do a search using 0 as a keyword, it will show that there is 407. What? Really? Well, this is me and my techno. Oh, very interesting. So if you take 0 out, okay. All right. Wonder why that thing only grabs the 67. So what are the 4 missing documents? I noticed that it also does repeats. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's have a quick boo at what this please drop anything that you have found specifically in that huge CERT report. It's very interesting that you're studying absolutely everything. I had a bit of a debate with somebody the other day because to me that falls out of the purview of CERT, a lot of those events, but they seem to be very interested in the entirety of it. But CERT's mandate is police on police or police on civilian. So why is it again that you're focusing on everything? Are you saying that everything was police? Is this the car? Which one? The Hey, Peter. Peter number 2. How are you doing? Okay, so let's put that into the Onslow folder. And then I'll run it through OCR. We'll just see. But if you guys have found stuff, because there's lots of stuff that's popping up all in the Discord, tons. And that's the sad part. Like, there's just so many things. I've been at that stage since probably June last year. Okay. Probably my Acrobat is not very happy. Tends to crash out at about 50 files, I find. It doesn't like any more than that. Oh, lots of loading windows. Felix said he read it all. 7,740 some odd texts. All the text messages? Is that what you're referring to? Video at Millbrook is at 10:21 and the smoke shop is at 10:25. Yeah, no, absolutely does not fit. The clocks never work. This is why. Occam's razor, the simplest explanation. So if none of the clocks are working, perhaps all of them are. That's a stunner. Especially in this day and age. Internet of Things. Found it interesting. Leon said 10 days before Gabriel Wortman was driving a Crown Vic. So Crown Vic has come up elsewhere too. Did I see that? Interesting. I didn't know that he said that. Well, the timing works. This is an interesting one. And I think back at the 88 meter video that I did, where I was like, that doesn't work. 88 meters, you can't see what you're doing. And it's certainly not behind the garbage bin. So I don't know what you're talking about. But then that would explain possibly the sign. The sign is a baffler. What do you guys think about the sign? How does the sign get shot? I don't know how you do that. I think the entry is even coming from the wrong way. First black car was referenced in the eyewitness. Oh, the flatback car. Okay. Sorry, I'm not even there yet. Wow. Okay. I'll have to, you guys need to fill me in on all this stuff. Where are the blue cars? Yeah. Two blue cars. Only 3 weeks before. Registered? Not registered. Where did they go? Brendan Cheeseman. Lots of people would have passed the push bar car. Multiple officers. Multiple. EHS workers, too. What time was the staging point at East Montrose Road? Oh dear, I don't know this one off the top of her head. Question, EMO is not a tall gentleman. Yes. No vest. No vest visible. Orange and yellow. Of course, orange could be confused for yellow. Right. I notice I have that problem frequently. The sign had to be shot. Aha, yes. I think it's return fire. That was the only thing I could ponder. And I think that might be evidenced by the selective editing, possibly why Mr. Gannon isn't testifying. Well, not that the NPF would allow that, but they have to, what is it, quote, exhaust all other means before they would even consider that. Right. That's going to work well. Good, setting a good precedent. I can see lots of testimony in the future cases for anything. Well, nobody needs to testify. You have to exhaust every other mean. Well, what's that mean? I don't know. Just whatever we think it is today. They could see EMO, but not officer in the car. Oh, here we go. Now I'm having tech fun. They could see EMO? Really? I didn't think so, but not obstructed by the body of the car. Where's that again? Oh, that's not it. My apologies. Oh, here's the frank discussion. I knew I had it somewhere.
There's something I'll add about Onslow because what took place on April 19th, as the incident was unfolding and was traumatic for those that were there. Since then, I, along with local RCMP commanders from the area, met with the chief and deputy of the Onslow Fire Brigade to hear firsthand what people had experienced on the 19th. We had a very respectful and honest conversation, and as partners, we made a commitment to continue to work shoulder to shoulder in our shared responsibility of public safety. We are moving forward together and are compensating the fire service for the damage to the property at the fire hall.
Wow. Well, that, though I had the words not correct quite verbatim, I think I wasn't too far off, but my, oh my, that's quite an apology. I'm definitely going to ask my girlfriend after this is done if she would be okay with that. But I'll try it on. I don't think it's going to work. No, I won't, because that's not the way people apologize. Okay, so I was looking for the video of not going to give you the full video. Of course, they won't do that. I don't know what kind of control they have on. Oh. All right, so I don't think he is visible. To me, maybe you could tell on the shoulders, that's possible, but again, this is elevated, right? This is sitting on the eaves, so at ground level, I don't know if you could tell the vest color. Maybe. But orange doesn't work because that's not part of the color scheme. Oops. High visibility vest, very important. If they went there to silence a witness, I'm not proposing anything like that. It makes no logical sense why you would go and open fire with premeditation on a fire hall. You could substitute in any building. That doesn't really make sense at all. Okay, well let's hear what he said again. I believe I may have heard something about that, about how they actually didn't have a discussion with them. But again, how would I know? Because I'm not a party to that.
There's something I'll add about Onslow because what took place on April 19th, as the incident was unfolding and was traumatic for those that were there. Since then, I, along with local RCMP commanders from the area, met with the chief and deputy of the Onslow Fire Brigade to hear firsthand what people had experienced on the 19th. We had a very respectful an honest conversation. And as partners, we made a commitment to continue to work shoulder to shoulder in our shared responsibility of public safety. We are moving forward together and are compensating the fire service for the damage to the property at the fire hall.
No sound. Oh no. Oh no. Barking dogs. Okay. Sorry, no sound. Again, tech wonders. So back to, I'll just try and revisit what I said. That would be an issue if in fact that turns out to be true. Great video, just in case anybody feels like clipping stuff. I got all kinds of clips in my head, just don't have the time. So many projects on the go, never completed. So Lillian would be a problem. I think Lillian and even Hunter Road now is a problem, given certain things that have surfaced. This is loud bang, hit by a car. RCMP car damaged. That could be a problem. Okay, and the BS on the vest, small portion on the vest. No way they could have seen it from 88 meters. I don't know anything about him being disciplined. Oh, there was some financial hoo-ha. I didn't know about that. They're very good. I'm very interested. Please let me know. Maybe they had reason to. Why would they have reason to believe that he was there? Looks like Peterson and Masstown. There's a place that's being searched in Masstown. I'll just leave it there. Angle of the video, Red Cross stood down, did not attend the fire hall. Kovu. All right. Yes, any opportunity to bring that snow in, get people lost. It's Kovu, don't you know? Huh? What? Nothing about Kovu there. I've never understood 88 meters. Like, honestly, you'd be way more better served to write a far shorter distance. Why would you put such a preposterous distance? He said 11 months. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, that's a problem. Oops. Great video clip. That would make a nice zinger. Yes, Chris Leather. Chris Leather was in York. Intelligence, I think, or something to do with motorcycle stuff too. 88 meters, you cannot positively ID unless you just want to shoot stuff regardless. Well, I don't know. Seems a bit more than just trigger happy. A lot of things they're involved in. You could tell them yourself, I don't want to interfere. That's code. I don't want to get my hands dirty on this one. Ooh. What was it phrased as? Something like, this is the way that it is. I was like, whoa. Okay. Constable talking to a sergeant. How does that work exactly again? Okay. Mute, no volume. Everybody drink. Oh, is that the new drinking game? You guys are drinking early. Well, it is East Coast, right? I probably would have been drunk. Fine tradition. Okay, everybody's laughing at me. Thank you. Thank you for the phone call. I believe that was what the phone call was related to. You're muted. Okay, I got a message, a couple text messages. Okay, and yeah, okay. I presume that was. What is that? Right, because that's a phone number. Okay. The screen knock. You can still hear me in your head, Mr. Moneypenny. That annoying. My apologies. I'm solving the whole thing without. No, I could never solve anything without all of you. Haven't been able to yet, so I always need help. I need to be told that the microphone is muted. reading. Okay. You think that they mistook Westlake in a yellow vest, but it was a yellow and orange vest, which then Lillian's wearing an orange vest. They love these high visibility vesting. This is a thing. Nova knew you were muted. Like a bark check. Nova. Nova. I don't know. I can hear my girlfriend's pit bull licking things. Probably eating things. Yes, yellow and orange. And that they showed it in that video, so I'm not sure how that's getting confused. But again, you can't see it, so it's totally, to me, moot point. Just distraction. Radio, did somebody sneeze? All kinds of people got financial compensation. They just can't talk about it, apparently. Oh, lots of people. Different ways. It's very interesting. It's like artwork. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, artwork, you'll know what I'm saying. Oh, Rage in the Cage is here. Hello. How are you doing? Fire Hall is not a comfort center. I noticed a comment that you made earlier, discomfort center. That's a good in bizarro lexicon world. Comfort equals major discomfort. The leather info is in the info. You dump a lot on me, man. I was going back and I was looking for something. It is amazing all of the things that I would seriously estimate I probably forgot about 98% of what I've come across. In all seriousness, and I try as best I can to remember, but I'm like, whoa, there's all kinds of good stuff. You can't get compensation for bringing Ukrainians home. Well, you know, you can, and we're going to. So that's just that. How disrespectful of the speaker to call it a fire station when appropriate comfort station to soften the tone. Called a fire station. It was a directed automatic burst at the fire hall. Steady string of bullets in a vertical line. Okay, so Rage in the cage. You the sign that's up above there. There's a hole in it, quite elevated, and I think a lot of people have wondered why. Do I have the picture of the sign somewhere? Probably, maybe something. Probably not. Oh my, wow. I've got quite a bit of stuff on Onslow. Oh, there we go. So this sign, there was a bullet hole or two, definitely one. I would think one. Never made sense. Not sure if you wish I had a better picture. right. Okay. So here's where the sign is. And for some reason, there's a hole ending up in it when the officers are supposedly somewhere in around here when they're firing. I don't know how that works. Physics seem to have a problem with that one. Maybe you can help me or help us. I think it returned fire, but call me conspiratorial. They saw a yellow vested man walking towards the fire hall. Presumed it was Gabriel Ward. Now, how would they know that he was wearing the vest? I suppose from the Fishers, maybe? Is that in their stuff? In the 911 phone call? Maybe. Could there be identified target? It could be that there was an identified target they were aiming at. Well, it seems very purposeful to open fire on a fire hall with an RCMP cruiser sitting in front of it, which they would know who was stationed down there. Problem. What happened to the good old days of cops being advancing to a suspect, taking them into custody? I don't know. Doesn't happen. Unless it's assassination. Just make sure you're not on the receiving end. That would be bad. Kendall, was the vest in the truck? Well, she mentioned it, right, in the tool truck. I don't think they ever even identified the tool truck. Why she got out of it? To turn the light back on when you open the door, I don't even know, because she was worried about it getting blown up. Because the light? That makes sense. Just going back to watch the video. You think it's a mock cruiser? Oh, or are you just making fun? With all the specialty parts, right? The chips and what are the tuning forks or some balls? Like, yeah. Of course, because everybody knows exactly what's in an RCMP cruiser, including the RCMP members. I just get in the car. I don't even know what the fuck is in it. I drive it, is what I've heard. Nobody does. Only the contractors know. Sign is not 5.56, too big to be 5.56, 9mm hollow point or bigger. Okay, so that's standard issue RCMP handgun, right? I think Mr. Ellison knows what model that is. I don't, off the top of my head. Can't remember what the model number is. Which was, I'll address that at a later point in time. But who was it that said, yeah, I have to do a video on that, but it's for another time. I've said this since the beginning. These officers were a horrible shot. If trained with carbine, they sure as shit didn't look like it with damage done. Luckily, no one killed. Or they are very well trained in carbine fire, and what has been sold to us is not exactly what is true. Both are conceivable. Mother said the site had on vested EMO was the EMO beside the passenger side of the car. But there was no EMO beside the passenger side. He was on the driver's side. He was talking to Gannon, Westlake was, to my understanding. Tool truck is really the missing F-150. Interesting. The one shot. Oh my, excuse me. They did not see the EMO from that side of the car. They never had full sighting of EMO. I don't believe so either. I agree. I think the sign damage was from bullet ricocheting off the building. That's pretty far. Because we have entry points in the door. Everything is through and through shots, except for the sign way over here. That's the physics on that would be, and the velocity that would have been lost by that point in time. Yeah, I don't know. Don't think so. I don't think they ever did explain. Of course, no ballistics on anything. Again, as always. Never give you the ballistics. Wouldn't want to do that on anything, like DNA or possibly even RCMP clothing. Don't give that to you. It's not really necessary. Maybe they'll decide to surface it in 224. Who knows? Footage didn't show Gannon firing his weapon. No, it didn't, but it was all clipped. And I'll have to go back and rewatch that. I'm going to piece together those videos that they showed us. But Todd noticed that there was a clip. They clipped a piece in there. So even in the video that they showed us, which of course was just a mishmash of tiny clips of something that was, well, what, over 10 minutes long and only one angle. It was said by gunman threw vest in trunk before he set it on fire. Really? Okay, well, that's, again, in a document that I haven't read. So that's in the new foundational document. Or I haven't even got there. Oh, so if they said that it's in the trunk, how does it end up burning? How is it at Gina's? Yeah, great point. Everything is 88 meters, a bit further west than that position in Google Street View. Oh, yes. No, I have that, the video, right? I think 88 meters never got deleted. Who knows? I heard MCC say there was a push bar on the car, Gabriel Wortman, one that he was driving when it came past the fire hall. I didn't see it. Interesting. Yeah, well, of course, if they showed you the entire video, you could have your own critical analysis of it, but they don't want you to do that because, well, that would make sense. Right. I don't know. I can't say. And they didn't slow it down. They didn't zoom it in. They didn't do all kinds of things. But do you know who is in possession of the full tapes? The fire hall. They could release them at any time. All of them. We could see what the brown Hyundai or brown, what is it? Brown Altima today. Green UFO. I don't know what it is tomorrow. If it was a real cop, you'd think that he would stop in. Okay, lots of great posts up here. The posted guy knew about Wortman, but never told anyone. What were they talking about at the fire hall? I don't know. Maybe sports. I don't know. If there was a push bar on it, it would have been slowed down to prove the point. CBC. Well, I mean, the still seems to indicate it from the internet connected camera with somehow, your phone's always losing time. Because that happens. Does seem to indicate something black. So, don't know. Ganon sit related to sports store. I was just being facetious. You want to see, somebody over in the Discord is like, I want to see the textbook. The textbook, the one that the RCMP are operating from. Because it's so great. Good point, Trudy. Yeah, interesting. Interesting how people's language is getting a bit more generalized. The Gabriel Wortman is going out of a lot of people's mouths because I don't think they're quite as sold, maybe. People seem to be actually saying things that in for a shooter or shooters. An hour and 31 minutes. Okay. Oh, you're a minute over time. Better make sure I got this lined up here. So I don't lose out proceedings at. Well, no, maybe my clock is off. Oh yeah, so we're an hour and 35. This is 1 hour 35 minutes. I see. Okay, so we still have another 10 minutes. That's going to come back on time after their caucus meeting. Not so sure about that. Not so sure. Didn't hear from. I was hopeful that. Did he go? Oh, he's no longer here. Okay, well that's unfortunate. I'll ask him later. Is Bousquet sitting in on the lunch with them? Very interesting articles being spun out, but they coincide with the narrative. I'm not saying Mr. Bousquet is necessarily, but whatever. Cop had a toucan. Lisa must have been cold. Why are there no camera views from Highway 2 in Shuby showing Morrison, Stevenson, Joey, Weber times? Are there any surveillance cameras that would be aimed in that direction? There would be video with metadata, which could be determined whether it's been altered. Now I know why they take such long breaks. Their timestamps are wrong. Well, they're operating on the same clock, right? The, doesn't work only when we want it to work kind of clock. The handy dandy fit as you want it clock. From inside town. Yes. Oh, yeah, very good. Like the Home Hardware. Home Hardware probably would have one. I don't know the layout of down there very well. The Home Hardware for sure. Tim Bousquet saying conspiracy theories rose in the top last 2 years or whatever on Twitter. That's called deflection. It really doesn't answer anything. Philosophy, I think some people need to take. Critical thinking needs to be brought back to primary school. Would be good. Tim has access to pure light of knowledge. And what knowledge is that? Is that the like laser sight knowledge that some people seem to come up with the ores? I don't quite understand that one. The difference between conspiracy theory and reality is about 6 months. Oh, ooh, burn. That was wow. I don't think people are necessarily quite buying the conspiracy thing like they used to. And when was that brought out? The 60s by CIA tactic? Yeah, because everybody that was labeled as conspiracy theorists and certain things somehow have been vindicated in many ways. Sharon, what are your thoughts? I'm very interested on this morning's proceedings. Was it a brown Altima that you saw? Because now it's brown Altima. Would have loved to have heard from you up there. Or something. Seemed to have skated right past you. Very unfortunate. Witness testimony. Oh, did he say that? I don't really follow. Interesting. Well, of course, because that makes logical sense, right? You're going to be clean and not cold without a jacket. Well, but that came up later. But it's conspiracy. Right. Replicate it somehow, please. Running around barefoot. How does that work again? No, it doesn't. Oops. That's what a witness said. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't want to wrongly attribute it. I guess my apologies. It wasn't brown. Okay, so Mr. Burrell seemed to portray it as such. What are your thoughts on that? I guess he's telling you can't see. All the different colors of cars and times and I'm here, but can't speak. Well, I'm just glad. I mean, it was really, you know, I don't know if you watched that going down. What were your thoughts on it? This morning's stuff. I would say less than 6 months now, maybe 7 days. Are you referring to when they're going to come back? I'm not sure. Oh, I see. I see. But you can't speak. Oh, why? Is it because you didn't put in a, did you, I can't remember. A low bar to call. Wow. Ooch. Totally doable. Totally doable. Don't you know? Maybe Mr. Burrell or Justice McDonald, Leanne Fitch would just put them in a spandex suit and give them a tree root system. Maybe they'll be clean, running around, not scraped up and such. Okay, in the dark. That makes sense. Yes, doulas. Oh my. Doulas is. Should be in a nutshell. Morrison was wounded. Stevenson killed. Okay, well, yeah, I have actually read a bunch of stuff on this, so it's going to be very interesting what they say about at least Morrison's part of it. It's going to be a problem. Pissed me off. Sharon's pissed. I was surprised. I was really surprised. I mean, they tried to just keep them all into the traumatic mind frame. Maybe they're not in the anger stage, but funnily enough, I would be, but I'm not them.
Excuse
Excuse
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
4 minutes left on lunch. Okay, well, they're almost on time. You know, the clocks are working a bit better today. I'm sorry that you're like, why do people need to be pissed off and upset? And that's traumatizing. What the fuck are these people doing? Tim called Lisa clean in the Woods conspiracy, even though Leon said look clean. Well, it's a car wash. Yeah, the car wash. Car wash for Lisa. Hiding out in a vehicle. Well, again, that's just all hypothesizing, but I don't think that what we're told is true. I don't think that what we've been, the procedure of dealing with a possible suspect in this case, because they would be, if you can't account for yourself, you're automatically going to be a suspect. That's the way the logical world works. So, hello, Linda. No conspiracy theories. They're just questions and things that can be proven or disproven or left on the table. One would have thought that so many time issues, they would be exact to the second to show how they understood. They do understand clocks. Well, that would be problematic then. So they don't want you to look at that. 10:12, 10:08, another clock. I hope somebody's keeping a list. There are ones that they have not revealed, to my understanding, that don't fit also. I invite anyone to sit in the woods in a tree tonight. Yes, coming on. Somebody wants to replicate. Well, you know.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wert.
I invite our three witnesses from this morning to return to the stage, and perhaps we'll give them a moment to do that. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, for returning. I hope you had an opportunity to have something to eat and have a break. I just remind you that earlier as we began these proceedings with your evidence this morning, you took an oath to and swore to tell the truth, and that's still, you're still bound by that. After a break and having an opportunity to meet with participant counsel, I do have some follow-up questions that I will ask, and I'll try my best to identify who I'm asking, but certainly if anyone has a comment with regards to any of the questions I asked, please feel free to add anything. My first question I'll direct at Deputy Chief Curry. With regards to being at the fire hall in the morning, when I think you referenced that Constable Gagnon showed you some photographs.
Yes.
Could you clarify, what were the photographs that Constable Gagnon showed you?
It was one photograph on his phone. It was a picture of the perpetrator.
Okay, and who was there with you when he showed you the photograph?
I don't recall. I believe Greg was there.
Do you remember seeing any photographs, Chief Greg Muse?
I've never seen these pictures. It's just what Bill told me.
Okay. And what about Dave Westlake? Was he present?
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the course of that day, did Constable Gagnon ever show you further photographs?
Not me.
No, not me either. No.
And Deputy Chief Curry, you had indicated that throughout the day that you were following Twitter.
Yes.
Okay, and did you view any photographs from the Twitter feed that on the 19th?
I did, yes. I seen the picture of the car.
Okay.
Taken from the back.
And can you describe the picture you saw?
It was a picture of the mock RCMP cruiser. Was taken in like a workshop of some sort. From the back passenger side corner, you couldn't see the front of the car in that picture.
Okay. And was it an explanation that this was what the perpetrator was driving?
Yes, I believe it was. It was the RCMP Twitter feed when they released the picture of the car with the number on the corner, the 28 Bravo 11, I believe.
Okay. When do you remember seeing this picture from the Twitter feed?
Well, I could only guess it would be, because I was following Twitter, the RCMP Twitter feed, it would be somewhere shortly after the picture was released, I would suspect.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing, like where in the chronology of the day? No.
No.
Okay. And maybe I'll just ask each of you as a final follow-up, like, when do you recall learning that the perpetrator was operating sort of a marked, decommissioned vehicle that looked like a police cruiser? When do you remember learning that information?
When did we learn that?
Yeah.
I learned that, speaking for myself, from Twitter.
Okay. And do you remember when in the day? Was it before, or even if
It was
you
in
don't-
the, it was in the morning. I don't remember the exact time, no.
before or after the shooting incident occurred?
At the fire hall?
Yeah.
That shooting? I don't know. I would only guess, and I would say after, but that's just strictly a guess.
And Chief Muse, do you have any memory of when you learned?
No,
about the
anything,
vehicle?
anything I learned was what Daryl had told me, what he seen on Twitter that morning. I wasn't following Twitter.
Okay. And when do you remember when you learned that the perpetrator was driving a vehicle that looked like a police cruiser?
No, I don't recall the time, no.
And how about you, Mr. Ellison? Do you remember when you learned about the vehicle that the perpetrator was driving being a marked police cruiser?
And probably not till the middle of the week or the following weekend type of thing. Because I'm not big on Twitter.
Okay.
Reminds me of Conway Twitty, I guess.
Okay, sorry. When I was asking you questions, I was asking you the same questions, but trying to apply it to different time frames. And the question was, thinking back on this experience, what do you think would have helped or made a difference with what you went through? Can I ask that? I'd like to ask that same question, but ask it with regards to the 57 minutes that you were sheltered in the fire hall that you just talked about this morning. And perhaps I could start with you, Chief Muse. Like, is there anything that could have been done differently during that time frame that would have, you think, helped with your experience?
If we hadn't known at the time if the RCMP when they came in and asked if everybody was okay, if they had to announce that they were RCMP officers, everything's good in here, things would have been different. But not announcing that and not knowing who did this, it just makes, I don't know how to explain it. It just, by not knowing, I guess that's my biggest thing, not knowing who was doing the shooting. And no idea, like if they had it brought their names forward, say, we're, like I say, we're RCMP, we're here, we're sorry what's going on in there, we'll be back to talk to you. Nothing. We had nothing. Just like we were shoved under the rug somewhere and left.
Are you able to answer the same question, Deputy Chief Curry?
I probably don't have much more to add, but that would be the same thing. If somebody had told us that it was a blue on blue or a blue on Westlake, that there was no further, the perpetrator was not in the area, he wasn't hiding out in the hall. If somebody had clarified what happened, I don't believe it would have had the same effect. It would have obviously still been traumatic, but it would have lasted. It only would have lasted a few seconds and not an hour or more. Yeah, so pretty much the same answer.
Mr. Ellison, how about yourself? Is there anything you would suggest that could have been done differently in that hour that you were hiding?
Well, the only thing that could have been done different was I seen on the screen there earlier that they had a Google map up there that showed the location of the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall. So how come they didn't pull Google Maps up when the RCMP went down to, investigate what was going on? And the commander was, okay, well, this is going to be right in your screen, your vehicle, eh? And they could have covered the exits from down there, other than where the only place they concentrated on was the Port of Pick Beach Road. Went up the road a little ways, not very far, there's 2 exit points there. And that's how he got out of there, and he went on to kill 9 more people, eh? And then that's how he ended up at the fire hall. They should have contained him down in there.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. Sticking to this 57 minutes, or roughly an hour, do either the 3 of you, and I'll ask, whoever remembers, do you remember any of the conversations you had during that period of time with each other?
There really wasn't much to talk about, really. Like I say, I had a spot in the fire hall where I was, and Dale had his spot picked out, and Allison was kind of towards where Dave was, and no, there wasn't much talking. We didn't feel that it was the right time to talk because we had no idea who was out there. So we kind of kept quiet and waited till Dale found out on Twitter that where he was. So I don't think we said too much to each other, really.
There were some phone calls made, I guess, during that.
Yeah.
I know Greg called his wife or his family, and I made some calls and text messages to my family. That goes back to the, I'm assuming I'm going to be dead in the next few minutes, so make a call, sort of a last call. I did send a message out to all our members over a system we have. I am responding. Just say there's an active shooter in our area. I sent that out at some point while we were in hiding. At least the members of Onslow Belmont would know that there's an active shooter in the area. If nobody else wanted to send that message out, so at least the Onslow Belmont members were aware of what was going on, so they would have got a text message, an email, that sort of thing. So I did do that.
And do you remember, Mr. Ellison, of any of the conversations that you had during this 57 minutes?
Well, not really. No. No, just like I said, I remember I can't even think of who it was, gave me the mask and pair of gloves for the pandemic that was starting.
And what about Mr. Westlake during this time, this 57 minutes? Did he share any information about what was going on with the 3 of you? Oh.
Not in the 57 minutes he would have, because he went outside at the end of that 57 minutes.
And all 3 of you, I know it's fairly clear, but all 3 of you stayed in that room and sheltered during that 57 minutes.
No, the 57 minutes were the complete time that we were in the hall, sheltering in the hall.
Okay.
We did move from that room once we read on Twitter that the perpetrator was further away.
Okay.
But we never left the hall.
In that 57 window?
No.
Okay. And did you ever receive information from anyone that Constable Gagnon had moved his vehicle?
No.
Deputy Chief Curry, earlier this morning, you made a comment that an officer had lied, do you recall?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the basis for you to believe that an officer had lied?
Like I said this morning, the eyewitness evidence from Jerome Bro and Dave Westlake, Gagnon, possibly the other member that was there, Sharon from across the road, doesn't line up with the evidence that was submitted in the foundational document.
Okay. So we're talking about the events at the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall on April 19th.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And this is, you've reviewed a number of the documents that you've had access through
Yes.
through your participation with the commission.
Yes.
And is it based on all your review of the documents that the commission has that you formed your comment?
My opinion.
So it's your opinion.
My opinion. I'm not an investigator.
Okay.
That's my opinion that the evidence of one person does not line up with the evidence of many.
Okay. And who was the individual that the evidence didn't line up?
Terry Brown.
Okay. And there's nothing that you base your opinion on that's not information that you've learned about through the commission?
That's all information that anybody probably has access to today once all those reference material documents are released.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for answering my follow-up questions. I will pass the stage over to the commissioners who may have some questions for you as well.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Van Worden. Chief Muse and Deputy Chief Curry, thank you so much for coming here today and sharing your story. It was stories, they were deeply personal. Took a lot of courage to tell them, and we very much appreciate the fact that you would do that and share them with us and help us in our work accordingly, and it's been very helpful. So I just wanted to say on behalf of the commissioners that we very much appreciate that and thank you for that. And Mr. Ellison, you've been through unimaginable grief and pain, having lost your son Corey, and the anguish of that your son Clinton went through that evening, and all these suing heartache.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say on behalf of the commission and the commissioners and the entire commission that you have our sincere sympathy, sir, for your loss and for all of your suffering, not just at the fire hall, but all the suffering you've endured, sir. I just want to express our sincere sympathy to you.
I appreciate that, and I thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again, gentlemen. So we will, we should break, but only briefly, so we can set up for the next order of business, which is a presentation. So we as commissioners will just go backstage here, maybe for 10 minutes, and whenever you're ready, we'll be there waiting. Thank you.
So you guys can go backstage.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
You can take a break now. Take a break, take a break. Take a break. We better take a break. Take a break. Take a break. Ouch. Ouch. The testimony and eyewitness testimony of many don't match one. Who would that be, sir? A Brown. Oh, you have our sincerest condolences. We're very sorry for what all that you've been through. Oops. Boom. Boom. If I thought before was yeah. Oh no. That's trauma based. You see? Psychological warfare. Ouch. I don't stress. I can sleep at night because I tell the truth. Wonder if they can. Ouch. Apologies do not equate accountability. Nope. So there should be Melanson, Brown, Westlake, Gannon, all testifying as to what they did and what they saw. Sharon should be there. People who saw things. Everybody. And good for all these men for speaking up, but and let them say their piece. Now let's ask the hard questions. Where are they? Where are they? Because if you want to fix trauma, then help these people with their trauma by giving them the answers. So it doesn't happen again, so they're not traumatized over and over by you asking them to publicly air their trauma for your nefarious purposes. Oh, is this your opinion? Only versus multiple eyewitnesses. Boom! Well, they have kids, they have families, they live in communities. Ouch. Yes. No, the trauma thing doesn't get an answer as to how not to repeat it. It just tells you how to deal with it after it happens again. Now they're maligning Sharon, saying she can't see. I mean, what are they saying? Sharon better not buy a car. She wouldn't know what model or color it is. It might be brown. It could be silver. Maybe it's an unidentified police cruiser. Maligning. And look at how they ripped these men. Why?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you very much. As we mentioned this morning, we are now going to have a second presentation. Commission Counsel, Ms. Anna Mancini, who has worked to help prepare and will now present the foundational document on Shubenacadie. Ms. Mancini, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for continuing to engage in our work and for joining us for the final presentation of today. My name is Anna Mancini. Like Mr. Burrell, who has conducted the majority of our presentation of foundational documents, I, as Commissioner McDonald indicated, also serve as Commission Counsel. And like Mr. Burrell, Nova Scotia is my home. My task today is to present a summary of the foundational document titled Shubenacadie. In doing so, Madam Register, I move to mark and tender into these proceedings the foundational document Shubenacadie.
That's Exhibit 556.
Thank you. I further move to mark and tender the source material cited in Exhibit 556 as exhibits in these proceedings.
So exhibited.
Thank you. And finally, I move to mark and tender the 15 video surveillance clips that are currently cited in the Truro Police Foundational document, which has not yet been tendered, but are shown in today's presentation.
So exhibited.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. The subject matter of today's proceedings is a summary of information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to the events on April 19th, 2020, in and around Truro, Nova Scotia, through to Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. This foundational document and this presentation addresses the murders of Constable Heidi Stevenson, Mr. Joseph Joey Weber, as well as the shooting of Constable Chad Morrison. With respect to how today's presentation is structured, I anticipate being a little bit over an hour, perhaps closer to an hour and a half. The first portion of today's presentation, I'll attempt to situate us geographically around the Truro, Millbrook, and Brookfield areas and provide an overview of the information that's currently available to the Commission with respect to the perpetrators' movements through those areas from approximately 10 after 10 that morning to about 10:35 that morning of April 19th, 2020. I will advise that in one of these videos, the perpetrator is depicted. He gets out of his vehicle. It's a widely circulated video, but that is a component of this morning's proceedings. Sorry, this afternoon's proceedings. The second portion of this presentation, I'll actually be stepping backwards in time to about 7 a.m. On the morning of April 19th. And I'll be covering some of the details and the activities of specific first responders as they arrived for their shift that morning. This will carry on up to and including the engagement of the perpetrator with Constable Morrison and his subsequent medical intervention, the engagement of the perpetrator in the Cloverleaf with Constable Stevenson, Joey Weber's arrival at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf and his engagement with the perpetrator. As always, we will refrain from showing any graphic content in this presentation, but I do want to note that this presentation includes audio transmissions, radio transmissions of both Constable Morrison and Constable Stevenson. And finally, this presentation will provide an overview of some of the witness observations from the Cloverleaf. I'm going to say at the outset, there were numerous witness observations at that scene, and we've attempted to relay those in the foundational document. For purposes of today's proceedings, we've selected several of them, but if there's an interest in pursuing all of those accounts, they will be contained in the foundational document. And finally, I'll address the first responders who arrived in the immediate aftermath at the Cloverleaf scene. So this is a map of two counties in Nova Scotia. Of course, Colchester County, you're well acquainted with. The county to the southwest of that is Hants County. So the body of water right in the middle of the screen is, of course, the Minas Basin, and as you move east, it narrows to Cobequid Bay. And right through the south of from the eastern end of Cobequid Bay, there's what's a clear sort of lightning bolt-shaped river. That's the Shubenacadie River. It's a very significant waterway. And that waterway, that river, actually runs the border north-south between Colchester and Hants County. If we take a look at some of the communities that are situated along this border and this area of the province, of course, Onslow you're familiar with from this morning. And just to the southeast of Onslow is Truro. It's a town in Colchester County of the population of about 13,000 people. Millbrook is a First Nations community. It's about 3 kilometers or so south of Truro. Brookfield is 9.5 kilometers south of Truro. It's about 21 kilometers north of Shubenacadie. Shubenacadie is approximately 35 kilometers south of Truro, and Milford is 10 kilometers or thereabouts south of Shubenacadie. We have the city of Halifax on the map as well at the southernmost or at the bottom sort of the screen there. That's approximately 60 kilometers south of Shubenacadie if you were to proceed on the Highway 102, the divided highway. It's closer to 68 kilometers or so south of Shubenacadie if you proceed on the old Highway 2. So we'll have a closer look at the Truro area and some of the roadways around there. The Highway 2-4, it's a combined Highway 2 and 4 at this stage. Of course, you're familiar with the 2, which would proceed west through Portapique along the Parsborough shore. And then, of course, the 4, which proceeds north through Glenholm and up to Wentworth. And right around the Masstown area, the 2 highways join and they travel east together towards Truro, as you can see. And it's actually at this juncture that they split again. So Highway 2, if you travel along Highway 2 and 4, there's a turnoff to travel on Highway 102. That's, again, that divided highway that would take you to Halifax. And the Highway 2 is sort of temporarily subsumed in that. It turns off and joins with the 102, and then again turns east and proceeds south as the old highway, running parallel to the 102. Highway 104, of course, is running north in an east-west direction. Obviously, if you were to proceed west on the 104, you'd go to New Brunswick. East, you arrive in Cape Breton. So these are these same roads we've just been discussing. We're just zoomed in, and we're essentially covering the perpetrators' movements through the Truro area that morning. You've already seen this morning the video from the residents at 13077 Highway 24. We'll continue to Patterson Sales and Service at 1011. Century Honda in Bible Hill area at 1015. The Wilson's Gas Stops. Dairy Queen, Jamali's Bakery and Cafe, the NSCC, and the Best Western Glengarry Hotel. So 13077 Highway 24, I believe you've seen footage of this morning. This is video from a homeowner. The video does run about 4 minutes fast. So the timestamp on there says that it's 10:12, and in reality, this would be 10:08. So of course, that's a continuation from the footage that we saw this morning, the perpetrator passing by initially the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, and then carrying on east past this residence. The next video surveillance clip is from Patterson Sales and Service at 10:11 a.m. So the perpetrator has passed that turnoff to the 102, so hasn't taken that turnoff, but has instead continued on the 4. And what appears to be a replica police vehicle with a push bar proceeding east is depicted in that video. We next have the video footage that I mentioned from Century Honda on Main Street. This is near the Agricultural College in Truro. It's at 10:15 a.m. And if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see what appears to be the replica cruiser with the push bar. So the perpetrator's vehicle at that point would pass over the Salmon River into Truro. For this particular video, we don't have we can't speak to the accuracy of the timestamp. There was no comparison done between the video footage south of the Century Honda, the previous video that you saw. It's just on the, as I mentioned, the other side of the Salmon River. We then proceed to the Dairy Queen on the corner of Prince Street and Walker Street. This is about another 250 meters south of the Wilson's gas. So it's just across the top of the screen there. We then have a still footage from Jamali's Bakery and Cafe on the Esplanade in Truro at 10:17. So this is a still image taken from their surveillance footage. As you can see, there's the clear decals on the side of the replica PC. I should point out, this is very much downtown Truro. It's an area with cafes, restaurants. Of course, this was the height of the early days of the pandemic, so most things were locked down, but just to give you a sense of the area that is being traveled through. We then have another still image. This is from the NSCC. The camera is sort of set back, and the quality of the image is not the greatest, certainly in comparison to the previous still image. Nevertheless, it does appear to be a vehicle. It does look as though there's that black push bumper on the front of the vehicle, and this would be proceeding west on Arthur Street. And finally, we have the Best Western Glengarry Hotel at 10:19:50. And this will capture the perpetrator's replica vehicle, or certainly what appears to be the replica vehicle, proceeding south on Willow Street, which is a street that transitions into Highway 2.
You blur out a video, or sorry, when it has no license plate, you need to blur it out. Does that make sense?
So that's giving us a sense of how the perpetrator traveled through the Truro area that morning. The perpetrator continued south on Highway 2. So as I mentioned, that Willow Street proceeding south becomes Highway 2, passes through and continues through Millbrook, Hilden, Brookfield areas towards Stewiacke and then Shubenacadie. So there are several more video surveillance images that have been captured, and we'll go through those. So the Millbrook RCMP detachment at 10:23 a.m. I should point out that the system time on the video here is 4 minutes slower than real time. So this is actually the perpetrator's vehicle passing at 10:23. There's then two videos from the Millbrook fisheries. So there's one video that's facing north, so with oncoming traffic coming from the north and proceeding south. The video's a little bit fuzzy, but there is certainly some distinct markings on the vehicle. The second angle, it's the same building. You can see that there's still that same shadow on the pavement at the Millbrook fisheries, but this is an angle of the camera looking south. This video is actually captures that activity of the perpetrator pulling over, getting out of his vehicle and changing his clothing or adjusting his clothing, but it's set about 50 or 80 meters so back. So it's a less clear angle, but that's what you'll ultimately see. So again, this is about 10:23 in the morning. We've observed the replica cruiser pull over to the left side of the road as it's traveling south. It's paused there for a short period of time and then resumes traveling south. The Millbrook McMoggy trading post, this is the video that I was just alluding to where we see the perpetrator in more detail, the actions that we just saw from a distance on the previous video. So in that video, we see the perpetrator traveling south, pull over, exit the replica RCMP cruiser, removes what appears to be that navy blue jacket, believed to be a correctional services jacket. That jacket's later found in Mr. Weber's SUV. He appears to be wearing a gray RCMP shirt and a baseball cap. The perpetrator removes the high visibility yellow vest that's over top of the jacket, removes the jacket, and then places the high visibility vest back over the RCMP shirt, gets back into the vehicle and proceeds south on Highway 2. The timestamp of this video was confirmed to be 31 minutes fast. It's consistent with being 10:23. We then have footage in the Hilden area, Glenn's Auto Body, 10:28. This timestamp is actually 4 minutes fast, but we will see the replica cruiser pass by. We then have at 10:31, Brookfield Lumber, video surveillance from there. Brookfield Lumber is situated on the west side of the road, so the perpetrator will be passing left to right on the screen, traveling south. Approximately 1 minute later, the vehicle is captured at an intersection of the 2 and the 289 at Roops Esso, continuing south on the 2. It's a bit of a jumpy surveillance video. I believe it's motion censored, but it does pick up passing through that intersection. And finally, just to the south of Roops Esso, the perpetrator's replica police vehicle was captured in a still frame from the surveillance footage of the Brookfield Bakery, again, proceeding south on that Highway 2. So again, as is consistent with all the videos and the images that we've seen of surveillance footage, sometimes the quality is very good, sometimes it's not very good, sometimes the timestamps are accurate, sometimes there's adjustments to real time or actual time that need to be made. The idea is to pull together as much as we can to have as clear insight as we can to the perpetrator's movements in this case as he proceeded through the town of Truro, south on Highway 2 towards the Brookfield area. So I'm now going to, as I mentioned, take us back in time a little bit to closer to 7 a.m. And this is when various members from RCMP detachments began their shifts. So the map here gives you a sense of some of the detachments that we'll be speaking about this afternoon. The Millbrook detachment, which is just south of Truro. Of course, we saw the video surveillance several moments ago from that area. And of course, you'll recall the Millbrook detachment was the detachment from which Corporal Jameson and Constable Grund attended Portapique on the night of April 18th. Corporal Jameson, who was posted at the head of Highway 2 and Portapique Beach Road, and Constable Grund, who partook in the extraction of children from the Portapique area. Following their shift, Constable Grund was relieved from duty. Corporal Jameson at about 7 a.m. Contacted Sergeant Bernard, provided him with an update of what had happened. And she also advised Constable Jared Daly, who had reported for his shift at 7, about the incidents that had taken place overnight. Sergeant Bernard contacted members at the command post, other staff sergeants, and began gathering information. Constable Jared Daly later in the morning contacted Constable Barry Martin and asked that he attend given the circumstances. That was at about 10:20 that morning. Farther south is the Indian Brook detachment. 2 members reporting for shift that morning, Constables Carrie Pettinger and Stephanie LeBlanc. And the 3rd detachment furthest south on the map, the Enfield detachment. Of note, the corporal from this detachment, Corporal Bayard, was actually engaged with the emergency response team driving the tactical armored vehicle. But the members who reported for shift at 7 a.m., Constables Austin Camo, who was the most junior member, Constable Chris Gibson, Constable Chad Morrison, and Constable Heidi Stevenson. Constable Stevenson was the most experienced member at the detachment that morning with 23 years of service. She was the acting shift supervisor that morning. So these members all arrived at about 7 a.m. And as they're commencing their shift, a bolo comes out, a be on the lookout. And this is essentially what the text would look like coming in on their mobile workstations. So it's information that has been provided to members commencing their shift. And it reads, update regarding active shooter in Colchester County, SOC, subject of complaint, outstanding, use caution. Update regarding additional vehicles, SOC Wortman Gabriel is associated to and registered in his name is a 2007 black Jeep Wrangler and a 2017 white Ford F-150, as well as a white 2015 Mercedes C300. Already boloed, original as follows. So this is saying that there's previous information that's following in the original message is following from here down. Active shooter incident in progress. SOC is Gabriel Wortman, and the incident is in the Portapique area of Colchester County. SOC is believed to be armed and dangerous and is arrestable for the incident in progress. SOC is thought to be very familiar with firearms and should be considered armed and dangerous. SOC is associated with 2 vehicles, a white 2015 Mercedes C300 and an old white police car may be burned at the scene. SOC is also associated to a Lisa Banfield, who is not currently accounted for. SOC has been added to CPIC in the SIP or SIP category, along with the pointer vehicle. The situation is still in progress. CPIC is the Canadian Police Information Center. That's the central database system for police to access. And SIP or SIP category means special interest to police. So this is information that had been circulating in the overnight hours regarding the situation in Portapique, and this is the information that's being relayed at the 7 a.m. BOLO that is being sent out to members arriving at their shift. About an hour later, at 8:04 a.m., another BOLO is released to members, and it indicates there's an update regarding active shooter in Portapique, Colchester County, SOC outstanding, use caution. Wortman Gabriel arrestable for homicide and is armed and dangerous, very familiar with firearms. Update from risk manager Bruce Briers, SOC is potentially using fully marked Ford Taurus car number 28B11 and could be anywhere in the province. The last information given, SOC was loading firearms into that vehicle. Vehicle photo to be coming when available. He is associated to and registered in his name is a 2007 black Jeep Wrangler and a 2017 white Ford F-150, as well as the white 2015 Mercedes C300. Also associated to Berkshire Broman, possibly his business, but not plated, are a 2017 white Ford Taurus, 2009 white Scion. SOC has been added to CPIC in the SIP category along with the pointer vehicle. His address is 193 Portland Street, Dartmouth. The situation is still in progress. Photo added to KIDS is him and the police vehicle he may be driving. And KIDS is the Computer Integrated Information and Dispatching System. It's essentially the computer system or database system for police files at the 911 call center, the OCC. So this is the first BOLO where the details regarding the replica cruiser are provided, are described in detail. And it's also indicated, obviously, that he can be, could be anywhere in the province. You'll also note it's an update from risk manager Bruce Briers. Bruce Briers had come on to shift at this stage as the risk manager. The Enfield members, detachment members in their statements, they describe attending the detachment and essentially reviewing their own systems that they have available to them, their database systems, looking up license plates, looking up as much information as they can to sort of build as complete a picture as possible regarding the perpetrator. And they described phoning members in other jurisdictions, other counties, to see if they can gather any additional information. At 8:08, Constables LeBlanc and Pettinger of the Indian Brook Detachment attend at the Enfield Detachment. So all 6 members there continue to compile information. At 8:16, the following broadcast is made across all of the county channels over the radio.
All members of the province, this is Staff Sergeant Briers, Risk Manager of the OCC. Just as a reminder, because we're looking for potentially a white or fully marked PC 28 Bravo 11, please wear your hard body armor the rest of your duration of your shift today, just in the event you come across this vehicle.
So Risk Manager Staff Sergeant Bruce Briers is reminding members to put on their hard body armor. Hard body armor is another additional layer of protection that's worn as a vest over soft body armor. And this is obviously in light of the fact that the SOC is at large. At 8:19, around 20 after 8, Constable Stevenson contacts the OCC by phone and asks for some specifics or some details about the replica police cruiser. She inquires whether this is a decommissioned vehicle or whether this is an active vehicle, inquires whether the vehicle has a light bar, expresses some concern about whether or not the perpetrator has access to a radio in this vehicle, and also discusses with the OCC about how members can access a photograph of this replica cruiser through their database systems. Approximately half an hour after that telephone call at 8:44 a.m., Constable Stevenson inquires over the air whether a media release has been discussed regarding the replica police cruiser.
Has there been discussion about a media release in regard to that vehicle, just for the public to be on the lookout for that and to also be aware that he may, if we don't know if he's got uniform or access to anything else, but just to keep an eye out for that car? Sorry, I missed the very first part of what you said. Just asking about a media release in regard to that PC. 10-4.
At 8:46 a.m., the dispatcher who's speaking with Constable Stevenson in that call, or in that radio exchange, excuse me, sends a message to the dispatch supervisor and the risk manager, Staff Sergeant Briers. The message indicates Enfield member requesting a media release regarding 28B11 being an imposter. The information currently available to the Commission indicates that this message was passed by Staff Sergeant Briers to the command post and that a decision was made at that time not to do so. Obviously, the discussions and decision-making pertaining to the command post will be explored in the Commission's upcoming work. So after reviewing and collecting information, the Enfield and Indian Brook members departed the Enfield detachment and they set up at strategic positions along the Colchester and Hants County border. This map reflects the positioning of the members, and I appreciate it's a little bit busy. There's a great deal going on. But if you'll recall, there's the Shubenacadie River, I call it the Lightning Bolt River, running north and south, north-south direction. That's sort of in the center of the screen. And that, again, is the border between Hants and Colchester. And the members actually took up positions running along that river, along the entryways from Colchester County into Hants County. So there's essentially three main travel routes from Colchester into Hants. So obviously the most common would be to proceed on the divided highway, the 102, which is highlighted in yellow, as they all are in the center of the map. And this is where Constable Gibson and Constable Stevenson positioned each of their vehicles on a median just north of exit 10. Constable Stevenson was facing north and Constable Gibson was facing west. So you'll see the small blue tags labeled Constable Stevenson and Constable Gibson sort of in the bottom third of the photo there. Constables Pettinger and LeBlanc from the Indian Brook Detachment, they were traveling together in a vehicle. They were positioned farther south on the 102 near exit 9. So they are the very bottom label on the 102 there, the blue circle. Another entry point from Colchester County into Hants County is near South Maitland, so closer to the mouth of the river, of the Shubenacadie River, closer to Cobequid Bay. And that is where Constable Camo was positioned at the intersection of Phillips Road and Highway 236. He was facing east. So that's Constable Camo's position right on the Highway 236. And finally, the old highway number 2 would be another entry point into East Hants from Colchester, and Constable Morrison was positioned there at the intersection of Highway 2 and 224, just north of the Shubenacadie River. So what you'll hear in this audio clip is Constable Stevenson communicating these staging points to members and explaining the reasons that they're positioned where they are.
Chad, can I get you to go to the number 2 and 224 intersection, just by Shuby, as though you're heading to Stewiacke? Bravo 10's gone up to Maitland, and Bravo 1 and I have just north of exit 10, and Indian Brook members are by Milford.
10-4, you want me right up at the 2 and 224, or do you want me at the 224, like exit 8?
No, at the 2 and 224 on the Shuby end. That way we've got backup close to you, and also it cuts off all access points to East Hants.
So essentially, Constable Stevenson is advising that members are strategically placed for purposes of cutting off access points into the county and also ensuring that members have backup as close as possible to them. So Constable Morrison's position was just north of the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf on the north side, as I indicated, of the Shubenacadie River. We'll zoom in and take a closer look at that area. So you can see Constable Morrison is positioned right across the bridge of the Shubenacadie River. He's at that intersection of 224 and the 2. So if you were to proceed north from Constable Morrison's position, so straight up to essentially the top of the screen, that would take you along the 2 towards Brookfield, Hilden, Millbrook, Truro. If you were to proceed east on Highway 224, that's known more commonly as the Gaze River Road. If you were to come south, so come down the bridge and come straight across, you come to the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. And this is essentially an interchange of highways 2 and 224. And it's a little bit complicated to articulate. I think it's probably more intuitive when you drive it, but Highway 2 and 224 are essentially the same highway for that portion across the bridge and proceeding through the center of the Cloverleaf. If one wanted to proceed south and take the 2, they would exit off of the Cloverleaf on the western prong and proceed down through the community of Shubenacadie, pass along that intersection to the left of the screen of the 215 and carry on south on Highway 2. If one were to continue straight south from Constable Morrison's position and travel across the bridge and continue without taking an exit on the Cloverleaf, one would remain on Highway 224. So conversely, if one is traveling north on Highway 2, so if you start from the leftmost of the screen and continue in a northerly direction, you pass that intersection with Highway 215, travel through the community, proceed under the overpass, and come up over the Cloverleaf and proceed up onto Highway 2. That's what one would do to merge onto the 2 and continue traveling north towards Truro. So the Cloverleaf allows traffic to proceed in both directions. There's 2 lanes, but what you'll notice, and it's difficult to see from this angle, but there's sort of small triangles of grass that are visible at the bottom of the Cloverleaf, and those portions of the roadway are one-ways, so for merging on and off. So the traffic that's traveling in opposite directions are in one-way portions for a brief period of time before the Cloverleaf transitions into a 2-lane roundabout. So this is a video that will hopefully provide a better understanding of the Cloverleaf and the relevant area. It was taken in August of 2021, and it's an overhead view of traveling south on Highway 2. So essentially right in the center of this screen right now would be that intersection of Highway 2 and 224, the position that Constable Morrison was staged in. And then we'll carry on south over the bridge, over the overpass, and over the Cloverleaf. So I'm going to play it again and talk through it just to orient us entirely with the area. So again, the intersection that we're passing now is where Constable Morrison was staged. We're proceeding south on Highway 2, and at this point, essentially Highway 2 and 224 have merged, and you travel south across the river. You then approach the overpass. You'll see the large truck coming underneath. That's Highway 2. That overpass is of some significance with respect to Constable Stevenson's positioning later in the morning. And you can see how a vehicle that wants to proceed south on can proceed south on the 224 by going straight, or can merge off to the right to proceed onto the 2. And that to get onto the 2 proceeding north, you come through that roundabout or that curve on the cloverleaf. And just to round out the picture, and I apologize if I'm being tedious, the roadways and their relationships to each other are quite significant to the events that play out in Shubenacadie. But just to give you a picture from the other angle, we're looking to the north now. You can see the Gaze River Road and 224 across the bridge and Highway 2. You can see the one-way portions of the cloverleaf that I was referring to. So 2 things happen around the mid-morning, 10:30-ish, 10:40, that caused the members in East Hants to adjust the positions that we had reviewed earlier. So the first, of course, are the horrific events on Plains Road in the DeBert area. This prompted a request for 2 additional carbine-trained members to attend Colchester County to attempt to locate and search for the perpetrator. It was decided that Constables Gibson and Comeau would proceed to Colchester. The second important piece of information that came into the OCC was a person who called in with information regarding a possible sighting of the perpetrator's replica cruiser traveling south on Highway 2 from the Brookfield area. And of course, you'll recall from the surveillance footage that we looked at, this was accurate. This was in fact the direction that the perpetrator was traveling.
Yeah, we just had a call from Brookfield heading towards Stewiacke for a vehicle with Bravo 11 on it. Unconfirmed what the first 3 are. Copy.
So the map on the left depicts Highway 2, Brookfield, Stewiacke that are referenced in that dispatch. And of course, continuing south, it continues to the position where Constable Morrison was located, as well as to the south of that, the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. So recognizing that this direction of travel by the perpetrator would mean that the perpetrator would encounter or could encounter Constable Morrison at his position on Highway 2, Constable Stevenson immediately indicates that she's going to move to Constable Morrison's position.
Chad, if there's anything to that last one, I'm going to make my way to your position.
Copy.
Main carrier set up on 102, just passing the 10. 10-4, I'm at the 10 overpass.
Enfield 355, did you guys get the update about the possible Bravo 11 vehicle near Brookfield?
10-4.
Thank you.
Yeah, Heidi, you guys gonna jump on the number 2?
10-4, Chad's there now, and I'm just going to join him.
So there's a couple of things to unpack in that audio clip. Constable Stevenson has indicated that she's going to join Constable Morrison at his position. The OCC checks in and to ensure that Enfield has received this update. So what's actually happening is the previous dispatch that you heard was over the Colchester radio channel. So the members who are in Colchester have that radio channel active and have heard it. Hants County would be a separate channel. The OCC is ensuring that members in both counties have received this information. Constable Stevenson was monitoring the Colchester radio on her portable radio, and she had her car radio set to the Hants radio channel. So she's able to listen to the updates on one channel and provide updates over the Hants channel. Staff Sergeant Ettinger, who comes in towards the end of the conversation at that stage, he has attended that morning at the OCC and is volunteering as an assistant risk manager to Staff Sergeant Bruce Briers. So this map shows Constable Stevenson's position in relation to Constable Morrison at the time that she made that broadcast. Constable Stevenson proceeded towards Constable Morrison's position via Highway 215, Highway 215. At 10:48, Constable Stevenson is approaching Constable Morrison's position from the south, but Constable Morrison observes a marked Ford Taurus approaching his position from the north. In his statement, Constable Morrison describes observing a Taurus with a push bar, and he was initially cautious about the possibility that this was the perpetrator approaching his position, and he went over the air to inquire who was approaching him from this position, traveling south on the 2.
Who's approaching 224 and 2 there now?
That's me.
Copy.
Of course, Constable Stevenson has just turned onto Highway 2 to the south of Constable Morrison's position, and she replies that it's her. Constable Morrison indicated in his statement that upon hearing this response, he was put at ease. Constable Morrison proceeds east on the Gaze River Road. He performs a gentle U-turn and he stops. And so he's assuming that that vehicle that's proceeding south on the 2 is Constable Stevenson. And he believes that Constable Stevenson is going to take a left onto the Gaze River Road and that the 2 are going to speak to each other driver's side window to driver's side window. Of course, this is in fact the perpetrator traveling south on the 2. Constable Morrison observed the vehicle, the perpetrator's vehicle, turn left onto the Gaze River Road and approached him. And it was as the perpetrator was performing this turn that Constable Morrison realized that the driver was not Constable Stevenson. The perpetrator then pointed a handgun out of the driver's side window and began to fire at Constable Morrison. Constable Morrison recalled that the perpetrator fired at least 3 or 4 shots. In his statement to the RCMP, Constable Morrison describes that he floored it to get away and turned left onto Highway 2. He broadcast what had transpired over the Hants radio. We are going to play that audio clip. A note of caution, obviously it's a high stress clip that you're about to hear as Constable Morrison is in quite a bit of distress.
I'm shot. Cell phone number 2. Southbound 2, taking the shooting. I'm shot.
Copy, dispatch, copies.
Turning southbound on Highway 2.
Copy.
I'm gonna head towards EHS.
Copy, I'll get EHS to meet you somewhere. 15 Bravo 6 injuries.
Yeah, I don't know what. I'm okay.
What direction was he heading? He continued south on Highway 2. 15 Bravo 6, what type of vehicle was SOC driving?
It's the suspect vehicle with him.
It was the PC?
Yes.
Copy, thank you much.
I'm bleeding a lot. I'm coming up on East Hand School or around there. Still heading towards EHS.
Constable Morrison had suffered perforating gunshot wounds to both of his arms. He had also been shot in the chest, but the hard body armor had prevented that from being a serious injury in that location. He relayed information as he's traveling about the direction of travel of the perpetrator. He's confirmed that the perpetrator had been continuing on southbound on Highway 2. He himself proceeded south on Highway 2. He proceeded to the western ramp of the Cloverleaf to get onto Highway 2 in order to make his way to the Milford EHS base. So we do have a video of the route of Constable Morrison from the point at which he's set back on the Gaze River Road. He's about several feet back from the stop sign. He then makes that left onto Highway 2. Obviously, this is not reflective of the urgency of the situation that Constable Morrison was in. In fact, Constable Morrison was driving so quickly that he made contact with the guardrails on each side of the highway. The video will take you over the bridge of the Shubenacadie River, and we then go over the overpass, which is where Constable Stevenson at that time was approaching from the west at the time of this broadcast, and it'll then take you down the western side of the Cloverleaf. So from there, Constable Morrison turned left and proceeded approximately 5 kilometers from that intersection to the Milford EHS base. Constable Morrison continued to communicate via his car radio. His portable radio was actually damaged in the course of the encounter, and he was unable to broadcast over it. He could hear information coming in, but he couldn't relay information over that radio. At 10:53, Constable Morrison arrived at the EHS paramedics base in Milford. He parked at the side of the building. So in the photograph on your screen, it's around the left side. There's some blue tape on the ground, and the SUV, the RCMP SUV, is in around the side to the left of the photo. He couldn't see anybody there. He approached the side door of the base and banged on it. And he also recognized that he was losing feeling in both of his arms and his hands as a result of the blood loss from his injuries. He wasn't sure, and he was concerned that the perpetrator may have followed him to this location. So he took his carbine, his firearm, and he went behind the EHS base. He kept returning back to his vehicle in order to be able to broadcast information and provide updates about his location. Obviously, he couldn't do so over his portable radio. And he came to the conclusion and recognized that he was in a position where he was unable to physically discharge his carbine. So he returned to the back of the base. He unloaded the magazine from his carbine, and he stashed the items in a grass kind of swamp area behind the base, and then waited for paramedics to locate him. There were 2 paramedics in the base, Molly McFowle and Daniel Storgato. They were inside. They had been given 2 pieces of information. One, that they had an injured member who was en route to the base, but they had been also advised to make sure they remained inside given the danger of the situation for their own safety. and they were unable to see initially Constable Morrison's vehicle from inside the ambulance bay. But at approximately 11 a.m., Mr. Storgado exited the ambulance bay. He rounded the corner and he located an unoccupied RCMP SUV. He noticed that there were bullet holes in the vehicle, that the windows had been smashed out, and he also observed a trail of blood proceeding from the SUV to the back of the base. He checked to see whether the call sign, so the numbers on the SUV, matched that with the information that he had been provided from the RCMP dispatch. And when he confirmed that that was accurate, he proceeded behind the base. He located Constable Morrison returning from the woods where he had been hiding his weapon. Constable Morrison was concerned he'd be mistaken for the perpetrator, so he advised the paramedic, "I'm the good guy, please help me." He explained that he had hidden his weapon behind the base. Mr. Storgado guided Constable Morrison to the ambulance bay, and both paramedics provided him with treatment, medical treatment. At 11:29, the paramedics transported Constable Morrison to the hospital, and they advised RCMP dispatch that the firearm was hidden behind the base, and that firearm was later located that same day by Police Dog Service member Corporal Brown. And just to give you a sense of behind the base and the area where Constable Morrison was located, these photographs provide that. So in the photograph on the left, that's the base, the very back of the base that we're facing. Constable Morrison's vehicle was parked around the right side of, in the photo, on the side of the building. So as I mentioned, Constable Stevenson was approaching and about to go underneath the overpass at the time that Constable Morrison broadcast that he was shot. The GPS data from her vehicle indicates that following Constable Morrison's broadcast, Constable Stevenson accelerated and traveled towards Constable Morrison's last known position. She proceeded under the overpass and up the eastern side of the Cloverleaf. The perpetrator had continued south on Highway 2, coming across the river. As Constable Stevenson was passing through the one-way portion of the Cloverleaf, the perpetrator crossed his vehicle through the oncoming lane and down the one-way ramp, resulting in a head-on collision with Constable Stevenson. So again, I have two video clips, and the purpose of these is to provide a rough sense of the vantage points on these two different routes. So the first is the route that Constable Stevenson traversed from roughly the time of hearing Constable Morrison's dispatch to approximately the time of encountering the replica RCMP vehicle. This would also, of course, be the same route that's later traversed and driven by Joey Weber when he arrives at the Cloverleaf later, shortly afterwards. So as you can see with the nature of the curve and the bend in the road, the view and vantage point of Highway 2 is quite limited until that final curve. If we play the second clip, this will gain or provide some sense of the perpetrator's route, having already turned left on Gaze River Road and proceeding south on Highway 2. So one thing to note in that clip is the length of time that from that vantage point you're able to see traffic traveling on the cloverleaf. You're able to make the observations from some distance back of vehicles approaching on that cloverleaf intersection. So the perpetrator veered his vehicle into Constable Stevenson's lane. According to the RCMP's collision reconstruction file, the damage to the perpetrator's vehicle and Constable Stevenson's vehicle was consistent with a head-on style impact. Constable Stevenson's vehicle was located primarily on the left side of the cloverleaf at the time of the impact and was actually traveling to the left at the time of impact, suggesting that there may have been a veer to the left. The perpetrator's vehicle was redirected rearward and stopped with its left side against the outer guardrail. From the available visible damage, there did not actually appear to be any tactical advantage in this instance to the perpetrator's vehicle being equipped with that push bumper. In fact, there was actually more damage done to the front of the perpetrator's vehicle than there was to Constable Stevenson's vehicle. According to the GPS data from Constable Stevenson's vehicle, this collision occurred at 10:49 a.m. Constable Stevenson's vehicle came to a rest facing north into the guardrail by the ramp yield sign, and the perpetrator's vehicle was positioned facing southeast, as I mentioned, with the driver's side door against the guardrail. There's multiple witness accounts of what transpired following the collision, and given these different recollections and the various vantage points, it's difficult to know precisely what took place. But from the forensic evidence that's available to the commission, that would indicate that Constable Stevenson likely exited her vehicle and was at some point facing towards the perpetrator's replica police vehicle. She and the perpetrator engaged in gunfire. Constable Stevenson's portable radio, so the radio that can be carried, was keyed or activated on 4 occasions, 2 of which are of some significance. The times of those were 10:49:40, 10:49:59, 10:50:04, and 10:52:57. So no noise or audio is heard on the first or last of those keys, but the 2 keys in the middle at 10:49:59 and 10:50:04, the sounds consistent with the sounds of gunshots can be heard over the radio at that time, but we do not hear any communication from Constable Stevenson. There were 2 bullet entry holes located in Constable Stevenson's vehicle and 1 exit bullet hole through Constable Stevenson's passenger side door. In the post-mortem examination of the perpetrator, which will be discussed in greater detail in the coming days, an atypical gunshot wound was located on the right side of the perpetrator's scalp, approximately 2 centimeters from the top of the perpetrator's head. The wound resulted in a skull fracture, but was non-debilitating in this instance. Small fragments were recovered from this wound, and those fragments were later determined to be bullet jacket fragments that shared class characteristics consistent with having been fired from Constable Stevenson's pistol. There's a witness at the Cloverleaf who observed the perpetrator to be bleeding from his head at the Cloverleaf. And forensic evidence confirms that the perpetrator was in fact bleeding when he left the Cloverleaf in Mr. Weber's Ford. First responders also later observed the perpetrator bleeding from his head when they encountered him at the Big Stop in Enfield. It therefore appears that Constable Stevenson fired her pistol at the perpetrator, inflicting a non-fatal head wound. Constable Stevenson's pistol fires 9mm bullets. It has a capacity for and was loaded at the time with a 15-round magazine. 14 casings from the firearm were located in and around the driver's side area of Constable Stevenson's vehicle, indicating that Constable Stevenson fired at least 14 bullets from her firearm. The empty magazine from her firearm was later located with the perpetrator, so it would appear that the magazine was emptied, or that all 15 bullets were obviously no longer in the magazine. However, a 15th casing was not recovered at the scene. So it's possible and perhaps even logical that Constable Stevenson fired 15 bullets from her weapon at the Cloverleaf, but the reality is we don't know that. We can only account for 14 of the shots that were fired. Constable Stevenson suffered multiple gunshot wounds during her encounter with the perpetrator. At some time around 10:51, the perpetrator approached the driver's side area of Constable Stevenson's vehicle and fatally shot Constable Stevenson. He then took her firearm as well as 2 additional magazines from her duty belt. It's not my place to comment on the degree of professionalism and courage that Constable Stevenson demonstrated that morning, but I think her actions reflect this more poignantly than any words that I could say would. A second homicide occurred immediately afterwards at the Cloverleaf site. Earlier that morning, Joey Weber woke up and spoke with his partner about events occurring in the Portapique area. He and his partner were aware of the events there as a result of Facebook posts. And Joey's partner inquired where Portapique was located. Joey accurately described it as being past the Debert area. Around 10 a.m., Mr. Weber left his home to perform a family errand, and he traveled to the Wilson's Gas in Milford. Joey Weber was driving a 2008 silver gray Ford Escape, and video surveillance suggests he arrived at the gas station in Milford at about 10:37 a.m. Mr. Weber proceeded north on Highway 2 towards the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. Sometime around 10:52 a.m., Joey Weber arrived at the Cloverleaf and came upon the scene of 2 crashed police vehicles. And in an act that is consistent with only the best and kindest attributes of humanity, Joey Weber observed the accident, pulled over his vehicle, and got out of his car. And one witness indicated that it looked as though Joey was running to help. Another described him as a good Samaritan. Witnesses observed Mr. Weber being directed or moving towards the back seat of the replica police vehicle. The perpetrator fatally shot Joey Weber as he was seated there. The perpetrator that was then observed unloading items from the replica police cruiser and placing them in Joey Weber's SUV. He then set the replica police car on fire. He set the fire, it seems, in the trunk area of the replica cruiser, and it quickly spread to the back seat and ultimately engulfed both vehicles. At approximately 10:55, the perpetrator entered Joey Weber's SUV, crossed that oncoming lane of traffic, and proceeded south on Highway 224. Witnesses who were on the line with 911 at the time relayed this information to the OCC. So as I indicated, there were many witnesses to the Cloverleaf incidents, and we've isolated some witnesses who made observations and contacted 911 and provided their contemporaneous observations as to what they were seeing. The first are Katie Rodler and Kenneth Hood. They were traveling through the area that morning with their infant in the back seat of their car. They proceeded north on Highway 2 towards Stewiacke, and en route, they observed a police officer, later determined to be Constable Morrison, at the intersection of Highway 2 and 224. And as they passed, they observed what they described as the officer putting on a bulletproof vest, which was his hard body armor. So as they continued, they passed another police cruiser proceeding south, and Mr. Hood described a big black push bumper on the vehicle, and that was what had caught his attention. So upon seeing this police presence, they decide to turn around and head back home. They said that the police presence kind of scared them a little bit. They were generally aware via Facebook that there were incidents happening in Portapique. And as they turned, they observed an SUV, Chad Morrison's SUV, proceeding south and exiting off of the Cloverleaf some distance ahead of them. They then proceeded and noticed two police vehicles that had collided on the Cloverleaf on the eastern ramp to their left. They proceeded past the scene, and Katie Rodler immediately called 911. So in that 911 call at 10:50:13, Katie Rodler indicates, yeah, it goes right up from Highway 2 in Shuby. There was a police vehicle, but I don't know if this is the guy that's the shooter that you guys have been looking for. There's a police vehicle up there. There's two of them. They were shooting. She goes on to say, there was a police vehicle parked on the side of the road. There was one, yeah, they rammed into each other basically. Both front of the cop cars were dented in. And there was, I had seen, we went down the ramp from Stewiacke to go into Shuby, and there was somebody laying on the ground, and there was somebody shooting at them. She says, I believe it was an actual police officer that was shooting because it was a female. Yes, there was one on the ground. It looked like it was a male. The one that was shooting was a female, so that was obviously a real police officer. Katie Rodler subsequently indicated in her statement to the RCMP on May 1st, 2020, that she had actually observed Constable Stevenson roll out of her vehicle, and that she believed, upon reflection, it was the male that was shooting. Gerald Whitman resided in the area at the time and had made observations from his residence. He contacted 911 at 10:52:48. He indicated, I'm watching out the window here right now. There's one guy, you know, like a traffic vest wandering back and forth between cars and stuff. And there was a guy that stopped with an SUV, but I don't see him anymore. The SUV's there, but he later says, wow, one of the guys that was doing all the shooting, he's taken off in a Ford Explorer, gray one. The operator says, a gray Ford? Gerald Whitman says, heading out the 224 out towards Milford. And the guy that owned the SUV, he put him in the back of the police car, and I think he might have shot him. The car's on fire there now. At 10:50:31, Colleen Nesseth, who also resided in the area, called 911 from her residence, which was near the Cloverleaf, to report her observations. And I should note the sounds of gunfire can actually be heard in the background of her call. She describes, I see two police cars that have hit each other on the Cloverleaf in Shubenacadie, and I believe there's been shots fired. The 911 operator asks, do you see anybody outside the vehicles? Ms. Nethis replies, I do, appears to be a police officer. He's wearing high-vis yellow. it appears that the officer's taken a driver out of the police car and laid him on the ground. One person has gone back into the civilian vehicle and left. He's on Highway 224, heading out of Shuby towards Milford. At approximately 10:57, ERT vehicle D21 arrived on the scene with Corporals Ingram and team lead Corporal Mills and Constables McClellan and Milton. The back seat of the replica cruiser was engulfed in flames at this stage. They encountered civilians, one a woman who was approaching Constable Stevenson to move her body away from the fire, and another who was approaching with his arms elevated. The ERT members yelled for civilians to get back. They pointed their firearms. They cleared the replica cruiser and recognized that the perpetrator was not there, but given the fire, they did not observe Joey Weber's body in the vehicle at this point. They realized the perpetrator was not on scene. Constable McClellan moved Constable Stevenson's body to the covered position behind the ERT vehicle and confirmed that she was deceased. The civilian who had approached with his arms raised advised ERT members that the perpetrator had proceeded south on Highway 224 in a silver SUV, and the ERT team broadcast their findings over the radio.
Break. ERT, we have 10-7 member at 224 and number 2. He's left this scene in the silver tracker, Halifax bound.
And 10-7 in this instance means a member who is deceased. That Constable Stevenson's pistol and magazines had been taken by the perpetrator. So the ERT team left in pursuit of the silver tracker. Subsequently, general duty members, including Sergeant Bernard, Constable Camo, Constable Gibson, and Constable Daly, arrived at the Cloverleaf scene very shortly thereafter. They had rerouted, obviously Constable Gibson and Constable Camo had been headed towards Colchester to provide some support there, and they had rerouted back towards Shubenacadie when they heard of Constable Morrison being shot. They discovered at that point both vehicles completely engulfed in flames. They located the body of their colleague, Constable Stevenson, and they broadcast their findings over the radio as well. So the key indicators with respect to the incidents at the Cloverleaf, at 10:37:32, Joey Weber had attended the Wilsons in Milford and then made his way towards the Cloverleaf. At 10:44:02, the OCC advises of a possible sighting of the perpetrator traveling south on Highway 2 in Brookfield. About 30 seconds later, 10:44:31, Constable Stevenson broadcasts that she's going to move to Constable Morrison's position. At 10:48:24, Constable Morrison queries who is approaching from the 2 and 224, and Constable Stevenson replies. At 10:49:35, there's a collision on the Cloverleaf between Constable Stevenson and the perpetrator. At 10:50, the sounds of gunshots are transmitted from Constable Stevenson's portable radio. At approximately 10:52, Mr. Weber arrives at the Cloverleaf and is subsequently killed by the perpetrator. At 10:57, the emergency response team, ERT, arrives at the Cloverleaf and departs in pursuit based on the information that they had been provided by a citizen at the scene. Commissioners, this concludes the presentation of the Shubenacadie foundational document.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mancini.
Thank you. Thank you again to Mrs. Curry, Muse, and Ellison for being here today and helping us better understand your experience at the Onslow Fire Brigade Hall. We know it's not easy to come here, and it's not easy to talk about your experiences in this forum, and we appreciate it. We appreciate your cooperation and your insight. We also want to acknowledge the many of the members of the Onslow community who came today, who joined us in the room, the family members who came as supports. And we'd like to acknowledge as well those family members who either attended or attended virtually with respect to what was no doubt a very difficult presentation just now. We offer our deep condolences to the families of Joey Weber and Constable Stevenson. Thanks also to Commission Council and to participants and to Council and to everyone for taking part. As you can see on the screen today, we've shared another 2 foundational documents, and we've heard from witnesses who help us continue to fill the gaps in our understanding. Just as a reminder, you can review the foundational documents and the many supporting materials that are the sources of the overviews that you're hearing in these presentations on our website. There will be no public proceedings tomorrow as we continue to advance our independent investigation and as our team and participants continue working on additional foundational documents and preparing witnesses. Proceedings will resume on Wednesday, when Commission Council will share another 2 foundational documents focused on what happened at Highway 224 and at the Enfield Big Stop. We also will hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Bose, in relation to the Enfield foundational document on the cause and manner of death of the perpetrator. Once Dr. Bowe's evidence is concluded regarding the perpetrator, we'll then pause the proceedings. And when we resume later on Wednesday, we'll invite Dr. Bose back to provide information related to the Plains Road foundational document presented on March 31st. Specifically, Dr. Bose will speak to the medical examiner's report about the cause and manner of death of Heather O'Brien. Both the National Police Federation representing the subject RCMP officers on the scene and the O'Brien family agree that it would be important to hear from Dr. Bose in this regard. And we also plan to begin hearing participant submissions about remaining gaps or errors in the foundational documents entered to date. As we continue to make progress and examine difficult information, please do remember that supports are available if you need them, both here in person and through our website. Thank you again, and we'll resume at 9:30 on Wednesday.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh boy. Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff there to unpack. And I know from the document, the 911 one that they removed, that this Milford business and the EHS station and Chad Morrison's calls and 911 calls and logs wasn't making any sense. I got a couple of phone calls from somebody who's, I don't know how to phrase that best, but they're connected to all this. And I know when I was watching it, I was very disturbed at the fact that they can play Heidi Stevenson's voice selectively, but if it's trauma, I really hope, honest to goodness, that they cleared that with Heidi's family, because that's shocking. And I do have some information that they watched the channel, and I don't know hopefully in a good sense, but my heart is just broken, and I know the person who was connected.
Judy, what?
Yeah. And I know there's a couple of people in here too who are really take the Heidi stuff very seriously. And so yeah, I think there's a point made that a bunch of you were noticing that they brought in Ms. Mancini, and she would have reviewed all those documents, was the point that was made to me, and it's true. She absolutely would have reviewed all those documents. She knew them inside and out when she was talking. Didn't seem to have a problem playing Heidi's voice. And you can smell what's going down. You can smell what's going down, can't you? Trauma-based. I really do hope they cleared that with Heidi's family. You can't play 911 tapes. You can't do anything else, but you can play that. Wow. Pieces of it. I just was like, what the? Like, I was so angry when I heard that. Maybe they're fine with it, but if not, then what were you doing? You bring in a lady to break down on stuff she already would know, would have gone over numerous times. And not that that takes away from anything, but, you know, some real interesting tactics going on there. Equally, I mean, there's so many points there. There's so many points. I mean, she got off 14 rounds, right? She's an RCMP trained officer. I know people like to bring out the musical ride stuff. The musical ride stuff was a long time ago. She doesn't even hardly hit him. Did he have 2 clips on him down there and one unspent, or sorry, one spent round? That doesn't work. That clip was empty. So, doesn't add up. Sorry? I don't know. I never would claim I know anything about her connection. I don't know. Other than she was an officer. That's what I know. It's all I've ever claimed to know. You have the bonging out radio, which isn't really bonging out. Times that aren't working. Some fairly pointed statements this morning. Damage control. I really do hope that that was cleared. And that's equally highly dramatic to members to play that. You know? None hit. Yeah. Well, what's that about? I don't know. I maybe my mind is just swirling. Too much stuff, like just even leading up to that. And then it wasn't working. Timestamps, no timestamps. Clocks that are off everywhere. Just, and that's the thing, you know, just inundate data on people. And then just say, oh, but what was it? We need to advance. We need to advance. Well, frankly, I may be slow, but not slow mentally. But I need to work things through. It takes a little bit of time. I certainly don't feel satisfied with what they presented. And in addition, the way that it was presented was pretty horrific. You publicly display in the morning, you publicly display people's mental state. That's wrong. If they want to share that, that's up to them. But you keep questioning them about it, and no. The very people that you should have had come in, you didn't. The people who were traumatized by it said, we have problems. One person's statement versus numerous others. Even after the caucus. And then that shit show, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work. Let's see what some of you have to say. The speed. When I was reading through those 911 logs, which they yarned from the website, the 8 till 11:31, there's some really interesting stuff in there, man. That's why I was like, I said, oh, that'll be an interesting follow-up video. It's Morrison's location. Doesn't work. I don't live there, but I can tell how long it takes to drive there because I looked it up a long time ago. I'm like, that doesn't work. No. I think it might even be right. Well, I'll have to go back. So I'm not going to bother to do that now. But I was like, whoa, big problem. Have a look. If those of you who have the 911 morning logs, have a look. Maybe you'll see what I'm talking about. Trauma informed. The accident scene doesn't make sense. His car is more damaged than hers. He's got a fucking push bar on it, man. She's got a plastic bumper cover. Crop pictures. What's going on? So where's the 15th round? Well, again, maybe that's something they were looking for. Amazing. Again, it's not mine because I'm not, I don't know her family. I just really hope that they asked, because that's pretty brutal. You haven't played any other tapes of people who are alive. 911 calls, whatever. Can't play those because that's trauma. That's what you say. That's trauma. Well, frankly, and they didn't even give a heads up for it, which I think, again, was pointed out to me, probably purposeful, because they knew it would catch people off guard. They'd be like, what? You know, and your brain immediately will go into that. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You said all this time, can't do it. We can't do it because it's trauma. But then you do it for somebody who was murdered. Well, I'm not saying that. It is perhaps. I'm not saying, but they would have reviewed this data and know it inside and out. Over and over, she was reading. It's not like this was fresh. Possibly, maybe she was brought in last minute. I don't know. But she would be apprised of the information, most certainly. And though it's very tragic stuff, again, I think you guys know where I'm coming from. You all know where my heart is, so. Female officer out of the car shooting, and then she's being taken out of the car. Right. I mean, you have to parse this stuff up, and I do hope at some point. I'm not. Somebody was telling me the other day they're just waiting for you to organize. I'm not an organizer though. That's not me. I just have a camera and have a little bit of time. Well, maybe a bit more than a little. And don't mind dissecting things, and I have a friend to help. So, but I'm not an organizer. But it can be organized. That's always the way I saw it. Parsing these things up into small pieces and working together. I don't know about. Yeah, sure. I mean, you got times going every which way from Sunday. How does it make sense? You're trying to work out the last one, then they hit you with another one and another one, and they say, oh, it's off, it's off, it's off. Don't worry about it, it's off. And they know that you're looking for it too. They know I'm looking for it. Extra smoke. From the crop picture. Where's all the pictures? Where's all these videos and pictures and things? Where are all those? Where was all the witness statements? Where is the witnesses? Why don't they have them? GPS, everything, ballistics, video. Green bastards, like, this day and everything. Like, I mean, you guys all do, but he just keeps saying it like me. It's just over and over. GPS, ballistics, videos, pictures, all of them. Get it all videos, all angles, you know, all timestamps, everything. Because it's all missing. 911 individual would have no timestamps. You have to dig through the extremely long ones. Yes, but they're interesting to read. They're very interesting to read. That, and I think that's why they were taken down, because it doesn't. Where do you find that? Hey, Sandy. Hello. Nice to see you. Where do you find the logs? Yeah. I don't have a, what is it, this Google. Well, I do have, I don't know. I'm trying to, I've always tried to figure out this stuff on that. I'm sure there are a bunch of people that have them online or whatever. And I don't mind going through what I have at some point with some, I've been highlighting them and going through them. But to the best of my knowledge, we can have a look. Let's have a look, because that's the best way to do it, right? Let's see what they wanted. Maybe they have something else up again. I don't know. Transcript from 12 till 8. Till 8. Huh. How can you have two? So now the evening one is missing too? Two 628 6368. I don't know. Interesting. So it's not up. It's a magazine. Okay, my apologies. Magazine. You're talking to a guy who can't unmute his microphone. Come on. Go easy. It was not a head-on. I did the accident investigation from the start. I literally took all of the pictures, all the video, everything I had, and I went and sat with, how long was he in? I don't know. 20, I can't remember, 27 years or something like that, doing accident reconstruction. That's what he did. Accident stuff, police. And he looked at everything and he's like, I can't make heads or tails of this. It doesn't work. The positioning of the cars. He said, he's not saying it can't. I mean, it's totally impossible, but he said, given what I have and what you gave me, which was a lot of stuff, he's like, I can't understand how this would happen. It's not like anything I've ever seen. So I never expected them to play the Heidi. Yeah. But, maybe for families, okay. And they're the ones that make the call. I also did a breakdown of the shots fired because based on the bullet strikes we could see in the first photos. So add that to Besselt's from the night before. I agree, but you know, it's just the idea that you say we can't do it because, but then we can do it some, and we're not going to tell you about it, but some other stuff we're not going to do. It just doesn't make sense. Now to fight through all the documents. Sent you a Google Earth map starting to come together where and if the timeline is possible. Well, okay, I'm going to have to, that'll take me some time. Thank you very, very much. Did I hear? I have to go back and rewatch that. No radio for ding and dong. No, because it was bonging out, or is it bonging out, or is it as though the Hoyt lady says, Angela, I believe, forgetting her last name, sorry. She transcribed it, and they're like, oh, well, but you should use the H strong ones, which say that it doesn't have anything there. And she's like, well, no, but I do see that there is stuff there. In fact, you had to make specific comments on the timestamp. Oh, this is 4 minutes off. Oh, yeah. Every clock. Well, and then they corrected themselves from the 4 minutes, right? Because that was from this morning. They said it's at 08, and he said 12. Or was it the other way around? And I was like, what? No, it's right there. It says the time. Then you have a 9 o'clock one in there. I mean, what are they doing? They should play. Well, they should play all the tapes from Onslow. All of them. Don't know. Is the white truck anything? Is it not? I don't know. Oh, you have an extra smoke for you? Well, I can will it your way. How's that? I'll have one for you. You have to go to the store? Perhaps somebody hopefully can answer Sandy as to the logs. If you do have them, just say so that you do in the chat, and we'll get that figured out. Special prayers for Donna. So how do you say it? Older people. It's strange calling older people that you don't know, especially don't know them by first name. But special prayers. Lots in there that does not equal what they're saying. Yeah, I do hope everything goes. Tough times. Everybody's got to, Crystal's going through stuff. Everybody's going through stuff. Got to be strong. So please send goodwill to everybody, but special goodwill to and prayers to Crystal and Donna. $9.49 or $10.49. Plus he's got to do a U-turn. Oh wait, then yeah, but Wortman's got to come and do a U-turn. And then hover over the video in the MCC. It should be in the top right. Oh, is that how to download the video? I think you're trying to say. Thanks for that tip. The Vimeo downloader. What is it called? Simple Vimeo downloader. I tried to batch download. It was only let me do 10 documents. I don't know why. Can't keep up with all the documents and changes. You're not supposed to. That's part of it. But collectively, it's got to be a collective effort. No video missing. It must have been 20 videos for a bit. No video missing. Oh, there is videos missing? What the heck is sending prayers to Crystal and Donna? Thank you. Everyone's seen the photo of the perpetrator? Yes. Where is the vest photo? The Patterson Law photo? Where's all of that stuff? Heidi shot him in the head, so that's why he went to the wrong gas station. I thought it was a contusion from the accident, or yes, it should have been. That's a lot of stuff, but they want to go through it fast, so you just move along. Move along. Did you know about the gunfire between Heidi and, well, whoever, Heidi and whomever? Have they even firmly established? I don't even know. I don't feel firmly established on anything. Do I know about it? Well, I think the photos seem to indicate that there was one. It appeared as though there may have been one bullet hole in the window. I hope they're not watching right now, and Heidi's family. Whatever, I can't. 2 centimeters, just all I can do is send. Okay, I'm going to try and stay a little bit away from some of it because it's a bit stronger. How do we know that Heidi didn't empty her bullets in the car? Well, that seems like an awful lot of trouble to go to. If he has a weapon already. Otherwise, it would just be a car accident. Why would she have to worry about emptying her gun? Is it a red herring? The F-150? Is it not? I don't know. Hope you feel better, Kelly. Well, I think there is. Who is it? I was speaking to somebody, and they told me that about the admissibility and on video evidence. So they usually give a plus or minus rate on them, but it's just like every clock is out. Occam's razor. Sometimes if the simplest answer, if every clock is out, maybe they're not out. They did say that there was a little blood at the gas bar. Said hematoma. Well, that's what that video showed, the one that was at the very beginning. Didn't work till 4:30 again. Oh, okay. Did we get an end time on that? Anybody pick that up? One witness said they saw a female officer shooting while standing near a body on the ground. In the back of the car looks like a bullet hole. You're right. So there is there was something. There was window stuff. Whose white truck and shoe? Don't know. And now they obviously didn't even mention it. So what about the phone guy? You mean the one that was dumping pictures and videos? Or some stuff? I would think that there was a lot more out there. They found bullets on the ground, they believe that they said. Right, but not one. They're missing one. Why would Morrison need to ask who is approaching him? Push bar unique to perpetrator car. And now grit and melancholy behind a bush. Whose truck? Okay. Whose truck again? Okay, yeah, I don't know. Green. Twisted lies, slot fitting other witness stuff. I looked again at the pictures, the car they burned at the Cloverleaf. I did a breakdown of what I see. Yeah, I mean, some of that stuff is really like, there's earlier videos done on it right away. I think most of that stuff kind of held true, and then there was some new stuff that we kind of rolled out that people sent. Forensic report, which never somehow made it into any of their stuff. I don't know how that came to be. How did he come to the conclusion? How did they come to the conclusion that the clocks were out? Well, usually what they do is they have, when they do the video canvas report, they check their time versus what's displayed on the camera. So then they can work out roughly what time it is supposed to be. But some of them have that, some of them don't. Some of them don't even have dates. Some of them I don't even think have collectors on it. And now I noticed that one of the video canvas reports is even missing. My clocks were off, so I missed the end time. Oh, boy. It's a running joke now. Like, that's sad. That's a sad comment. It's a running joke. There was a guy at the crash using a phone. There was a person at the crash site who was using a phone. Yes. Where is that stuff? I don't know. Why does the Mass Casualty Commission have it? Sorry? Morrison was told. Okay, so Morrison was not told. No one had yet eyeballed the push bar, so no surprise. Okay. LDC man is with a leather holster. A witness said they saw a phone while officer was on the ground leaning against the car. I don't think I know anything about this, but please enlighten. Hematoma bump. Yeah. Yes. White truck and Shuby help us out with that. If you're asking me, I don't know. It's no idea. I mean, there's been rumor that it was found burned out, and got back from Elmsdale, sent you a few pics that I took at Sobeys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything is appreciated. Pre-fire, you never seen the pre-fire photos? There was a couple that were issued. So they had the, what did they say? They said the trunk was started in her car? Because it looked like in the crop photo, that car's trunk was down and yet there was smoke in the scene. So I don't know, unless I misheard, which that's why I'm going to have to rewatch it all. I can't believe that they sped through the Shuby Fire Department foundational document when they lost a family member. I would think so. That's what they said all at the beginning. They were very big on, we lost one of our own. We lost one of our own. We lost one of our own. And then you just zip through it. They would have built, like, absolutely 100%. I can guarantee you they would have built 3D computer models, that accident, everything. They never showed any of it. Morrison was fully aware of the push bar. He hid. We're getting a lot of video and photos from the start. I don't have them. I do have, I believe, unless they've deleted some, I still have it. Said it was her trunk. Her trunk, okay, so that picture that they showed where they cropped it, right? You could kind of tell that the trunk was down. Yet you could see the smoke. Maybe it's, but they're on scene, right? Maybe worth going back and rewatching some of that stuff. So by the sounds of it, Chad was driving up the highway, headed north, and then had time to turn up the road, then pull a U-turn, then park before the gunman. Yeah, absolutely. That was what at least I had come to hypothesize. He had to go up the highway, he had to turn around, then he was parked, or yeah, going north. And then he had to turn around. But then you have the person who's doing all the shooting turning, the melancholy grit stuff, shooting him, then doing a U-turn, then coming back. That's 10:49. But also the Heidi stuff seems to be happening at 10:49. But he has to do a U-turn on Gaze River, then come south, then get in the accident. I don't know. Have to look at the times there. And that's their own times. So I'm hoping that their radio times don't suddenly change midway through. Gabriel Wortman's trunk was open. Heidi Stevenson's was closed. He's a perp. He's not a perp. He's a fixer. I don't know what happened there, so I'm not even going to go there. Just try and use what they have. Would they, though? They didn't clear the accident scene up for 12 hours or something. They cleaned it pretty quick, but they would have taken, done the accident reconstruction. They have all those computer models. He saw him before he did all that. Before he turned the corner. That's some pretty damn good eyesight to see looks on people's faces. Need the GPS for both cars. Need the GPS for all the cars. The GPS which cuts out at certain times. Usually in the morning. Around a certain event. Peterson says he couldn't do a U-turn, but Gabriel Wortman does a few times. Okay, I'm going to pause for a moment. Just check in about something else, and then I'll come back. So grab a coffee or something. Okay, sorry. Yeah, there's just a lot to unpack there. Fitting the times in, driving distances between the different locations where the tapes were supposedly taken, accounting for missing time versus correct time. You have to kind of put both of those in on every one of them. They just include, keep increasing the variables on everything. And another point that was just made to me is that which they said to the best of my knowledge in the presentation, right? He would have heard where Heidi was coming from. 102, exit 10. So from the south. Why would he be asking, is that you coming from the north? Well, you know where she's coming from. The 2. Behind you. So what's going down? But I think the times is the one that's going to unravel it. Honestly, the times, the driving distance between certain places, piecing all that together versus 911 calls when they say things are happening, it won't work. It just doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. So that's where the undoing is to me. Fitting in the Twitter timeline, fitting in the 911 calls, fitting in officer statements, fitting in GPS logs that we somewhat have. If Morrison, another point that was made was if Morrison knew where all of the cars were, why would he suddenly be wondering who's that come from the north? Was he not listening to that? Amazing. They have Heidi's GPS down to the second, but not for many other vehicles. Well, or is it? Of course, the answer is they don't want people to see it. Right? It's all about just obfuscation and hiding. And then just moving quickly, and you're overloaded, and you're just like, okay, fine, move along. I don't know. I just know there's problems. What if all the clocks aren't wrong? Anyone tied to place? Well, that's why you have to account for both of them. You have to account for their correct time, and you have to account for the displayed time. You do it for both. But still, I don't think it's going to work. Maybe the time are correct more than wrong. On the timestamps, I would say yes, because a lot of those are IP internet connected cameras, which means they all use a central data time stamp like our phones do. Has anyone seen bullet holes in Morrison's car? Yes, supposedly. The SUV. On the SUV, yeah. Which popped up in an interesting place, but that's another story. Always said that they would release live active map of GPS car data. I'd love to see that, Glow. That would be amazing. You're going to find, of course, some of it just turns off. Yeah, why was Chad out of his car on the side of the road? Just putting on his hard body armor. Wouldn't that happen? Headquarters. So he drives up. He sees the car coming towards him. He drives, turns around. Then he gets out. He's changing his hard body armor. Like I don't get it. It's just not working. All GPS is at least 10 to 30 second increments. So it's pretty exact. I think Dion Sutton's statement, which it would be a great person to call. Where are the lawyers asking questions of like Daryl? And others this morning? Where are they? Where's anybody asking questions about Joey this afternoon? No, everybody's just okay. What? Doesn't work. Where are all the time tapes from Roops? Where are all the tapes from Guardian and Shuby, Martin's, Home Hardware, Church, close to Martin's? There's piles of them, all over the place. All over Truro. There should be lots. New cops coming on didn't get much of a briefing. Wasn't a boss in charge. All hard body armor on before you get in your car. Double up safety alert bar. RTMP GBS data, if released to public, would glow more than Chernobyl. Oh, the glow, man, the glow. I love the glow. It is so everywhere. Okay. Well, lots of stuff, lots of videos to sample out, stills of certain things, which can't give you the exact, no. Anyway, what about the tapes from the clubhouse at Brookfield Golf Course, Concrete Place in Brookfield, the car storage place by Fox Hollow Golf Course in Shuby? You know the answer to that, right? We all do. Of course they would go and get all this. They had umpteen resources at their beck and call. The MCC brouhaha, whatever that is, sham cover-up thing that they've got going over there. How many people do they have at their disposal? How many people do all the lawyers have at their disposal? But you don't have very much. You don't even have what we have. Like, what the hell's going on there? We do, but they think that we don't. It's out there. Then question more and more. That's all you got to keep doing is just asking questions, and hit on the nerve issues with them. You want this to be about a trauma thing? Then why are you traumatizing people? Why are you only selectively playing things? Why aren't you following up when Daryl says, "Listen, I have a problem. My opinion," and very good to say it that way. My opinion is it doesn't match. His statement doesn't match all of the other statements. Okay, so why don't you then, if the MCC brouhaha was doing its job, of course the next natural question would be, well, what is it that you don't feel that matches? Tell me more about that. No. And of course then no lawyer to, on behalf of the families, ask any questions, or on behalf of the fire hall. No, just we got a little bit of time. We'll take a 2-hour break while we have a caucus, and then we'll come back and you'll say equally more damning statements towards us. And then, we got to advance this here. So we'll just move on. And now we'll take a day off. And we won't have had any questions from any lawyers about anything. You just do a little presentation on your summary of summaries, which really don't even work. Their own data conflicts it themselves in their own statements. So good job. Someone could check in with Daryl and witnesses today if possible. Hopefully those of you who have contact with them do. I just kind of from afar, and I'll just send prayers, and if anybody's ever interested in talking to me, I think that's not a hard one to do. RCMP bill is $14 million cover up negligence, their death. Way more than that. Way more than that. I'd like to see CSE's bill on all their intel ops that they've been running all over the place. Facebooks, Discords, YouTubes, book deals, payoffs. Anyway, do take good care, everybody. Tough day for everybody. But hang in there. Special prayers for those who were mentioned today. And Crystal's mom, Donna. And God bless you all. Of course, God bless the 23. See you soon.